Good morning. The California Commission is now in session, and I do want to warn you about those seats. Please don't sit in any of those caution seats, period, because we don't want a lawsuit, and I don't want it, not on my watch, anyway. But please do that. We're going to open it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll do a roll call. Chairman Fryerson's here. Vice Chairman Giza? Commissioner Dr. Lemons?
Present.
Commissioner Senior Quidez? Commissioner Lehman? Commissioner Carvelli? Sir, we have a quorum. Mr. Chairman, do you have opening remarks?
Yes. Usually I'm very brief, and I'm going to be brief this morning. But I want to bring your attention to something that I'm sure you've seen in the paper, on YouTube, and everything else about Mr. Zimmerman wanted to fight. I don't know where he thought he was going to fight, in California. And I'm letting you know, we got a lot of emails on this. And I think several days ago, my executive officer, Mr. Andy Forster, already let them know that he is not having a fight in California, period. We don't condone racism, and we don't use the commission in any kind of racism type thing, period. We just don't do that. So I'm just letting everybody know right from the start, people who are present, that we are not, because it's been off and on, and we will not sanction it in the state of California. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to agenda item 3, since this is the first meeting of the year of 2014, it's time, sir, to re-elect the chairman and the vice chairman, the officers of the commission for the upcoming year. We're going to start with the election for the chairman. Would anybody like to make a nomination? We have a nomination from Vice Chairman Giza for Chairman Frierson. Do we have a second? It doesn't need a second. You can just call for it. Okay. Are there additional nominations? Hearing none, all in favor of Chairman Frierson?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Chairman Frierson is re-elected for 2014 unanimously. Now for Vice Chairman. Do we have a nomination for Vice Chairman? Okay, we have a nomination from Dr. Giza for Commissioner John Carvelli to serve as Vice Chairman. Any more nominations? All in favor?
Aye.
6-0. Commissioner Carvelli, you're Vice Chairman for 2014.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item number 4, approval of the December 16th, 2013 minutes.
This is Commissioner Lehman. I have a question, comment, page 3. Oh, excuse me. Page 5, agenda item 8. It was unclear to me, although I did watch the meeting online, whether the motion was passed or whether it was withdrew. Because it says it's passed, and it says it's withdrawn, then it says passed again. Okay, so the last line needs to be deleted, correct? Well, just maybe Andy can double check it with Spencer.
As amended. Any more comments?
I'll just take one typo because it might be important. Page 3, subcommittee reports H, subsection 2, it says USFO, and I believe it should be USFL. Ellis and Lehman. Page 3, under the subcommittee reports, subdivision H, subsection 2, under youth pancreation, it says USFO has been working with executive officer, and I believe that's a typo. It should be USFL.
Any other comments? Is there a motion to approve as amended?
Make a motion to approve as amended.
We have a second? Second, Chairman Frierson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good, Chairman Frierson, that passes 6-0. Chairman Frierson, with your permission, we'll move on to my report. Okay, let me just. Chairman Frierson, I'll begin with the budget report. Through fiscal month 06, the Commission has spent $615,000, which I think the Commissioners saw my email where I was concerned that we were over budget, because a quick mathematical calculation can look that we're over budget. However, I've worked with the Department of Consumer Affairs Executive Office and with the Fiscal Office, and we have worked through how we're going to make up the savings for the next 6 months of the year. I will certainly keep the Commission apprised as we move forward, as we get more reports as we get near the end of the year. We certainly have a lot of spending authority left for this year, but I did want to make the Commission aware that we're over budgets, especially on several line items, and the Department has worked with me to figure out ways to make these numbers work. Through 6 months of the year, the Commission has deposited $814,131 while spending $615,779, the balance of which has been deposited into our fund balance, and the Commission now has a fund balance of $516,549. Are there any questions?
Let me ask you, maybe you can hear me. how are we coming along with the legislative tax?
Are there any more questions on the budget?
I have a question. Do you have an actual for January yet?
I do not. I should have that in 5 days.
Thank you.
I mean, just for the commissioner's full disclosure, I can tell you that based on our internal calculations, we've deposited a little bit north of $60,000 for January, but I won't have the expenditures until in 5 days, February 15th. I would point out that the commission's revenues, as this commission's aware, do decline in the winter, and then they increase again in the spring and summer. So this is a normal decrease in our revenue stream.
So, maybe perhaps we look at adjusting the January projected revenue.
That's correct. These projected revenues are just hopeful numbers.
Right.
But I mean, if we put 60,000 in there, that would bring us up to 874. We're certainly on target to deposit more this year than we're going to spend. Any further budget questions from the commissioners? Okay, the Boxers Pension Fund has $5.5 million in the investment account. I'm sure this commission has recently saw, especially over the last year, we've had market increases in the equities markets, and the pension fund has done quite well, even though we've given out quite a few distributions from that account. So it's continuing to grow. The neurological examination account is a little less than $700,000. Again, I've been working with Dr. Lemons and Dr. Giza, the neurological subcommittee, and we're getting there on getting those tests bought, and it's a slower process than I would like. I would like to just be able to buy them, but there are processes. But we do have the contracts being worked through, and we do work on that every day. So it's not like we've put it on the back burner. The staffing update remains unchanged from the last meeting. We have myself, Sophia as the assistant executive officer, Christopher Raymond, staff service analyst, Heather Jackson, Mark Judish, and Alma Amaya as office technicians. We have Rebecca Huey as a staff service analyst for part-time, and we have Vern Hines on loan from the department, from the auditor's office, and he's an auditor, and he helps the commission with special projects. Now, Mr. Chairman, we'll move on to subcommittee reports. Does the legal committee have any report?
Mr. Chair, with your permission, we would defer our report until closed session.
Mr. Chairman, now the Youth Pancreation Subcommittee, is there a report from the Youth Pancreation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have a report on behalf of the subcommittee. On approximately January 2nd, Andy posted on the CSAC website a memorandum to the stakeholders regarding youth combative sports. It's a great summary of what we're attempting to do, why we're attempting to do it. It also provides a chart that gives folks a quick optic on what the other disciplines are doing with regard to this chart with age and with headgear. It includes taekwondo, kickboxing, amateur boxing, judo, and wrestling. I think it might be helpful for folks to know that the difference between youth pancreation and these other disciplines is very clear. It's neither uniformly regulated nor has standard internationally recognized protocols, rules, and regulations for children under 18 with minimum age requirements. It does not. That is our charge. That's what AB 1186 charges us to do. And I can tell you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we have made some progress. On January 24th, and it was publicly noticed, we held a hearing in this room with a lot of folks in attendance that gave good testimony and input. We had a presentation by one of the proposed entities that wishes us to consider them for a delegated authority, and that's the USFL. We had a lot of good give and take with those folks and a lot of parents. They brought their athletes and some other folks from the industry. We have requested and received some good information on safety gear, age requirements, mixed bouts as far as male and female, transgender issues. We are in receipt of a letter from the national headquarters. Well, this is from the Association of Boxing Commissions. And there is a lot of information that's being discussed about whether or not mixed martial arts competitions in general should be allowed. And so these are issues that we are weighing and will continue to weigh. We have and are still soliciting information from stakeholders on age, on head trauma injuries related to children, minimum age, competition between boys and girls, specific types of headgear, hand wrap, glove weight requirement, and so on and so forth. So we are in the process of again, asking for more information, soliciting more information. There will be further hearings and meetings coming soon. And so hopefully we will have our report prepared by the July deadline for the commission, and I think we'll have some recommendations sooner rather than later. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lehman, and yes, I'm on the committee along with Commissioner Shenlik-Yukides. And I believe we were talking about having another stakeholder meeting in March with that date to be announced and posted on the website. And we would like to encourage all input. You don't have to show up to the in-person meetings. You can submit your information, your position directly to Mr. Foster. And we are especially looking for treatises, scholarly articles, hard evidence for people's positions on this. We have a lot of opinions and a lot of input of people's experience in the ring and in the community, which is very valuable, but we like to counterbalance that with perhaps some more evidentiary, scholarly research and articles. So we're especially asking and requesting for that. And again, you do not have to come to the in-person meeting. It will probably be mid-March or end of March, and we will post that on the CSAC website.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we'll move on to the Therapeutic Use Exemption Subcommittee. That's Dr. Lemons and Commissioner Shenlik-Yukides.
I just want to give a brief report before deferring the remainder of it to item 10 on the agenda because we potentially have an action item. I did speak with Dr. Etzwanek of the Association of Ring Physicians to get some clarification on their consensus statement because it seems to have created somewhat of an uproar in the community. Their consensus statement seems to, at least superficially, have taken a 180 on the TRT and TUE position. But actually, I did have a pretty lengthy conversation with him. And Dr. Itzwanek, the president of the Ringside Physicians Association, tells me that, in fact, they support TUE committees and TUE policies, which rarely grant exemptions. This statement proposes to eliminate the general granting of exemptions, not the rare granting of exemptions. The consensus statement is meant to bring the combative sports into compliance with the standard of practice within the customary standards that exist in other sports, such as NFL, the baseball leagues, U.S. Olympics, the IOC, which actually is what we consulted in coming up with our TUE policy, which is to rarely grant exemptions because there are rarely situations where exemptions should be granted. They support a fair and honest TUE policy which complies with this statement. They are not saying there should not be a TUE policy at all. They're saying that there should not be one that generally gives one, because what they do see is that exemptions are being abused. So actually, we even went through the language of their consensus statement. And what I did point out to Dr. Itzwanek is perhaps their last, second to last statement that says the physicians support the general elimination of therapeutic use exemptions should perhaps say something like, it should say the elimination of, rather than general elimination, the elimination of general exemptions. And perhaps they should issue a clarification of their consensus statement, because I think it causes a lot of confusion across the country. So having said that, it appears that our TUE policy is in compliance with at least their consensus statement, and then I will leave the rest of it to our item 10 on the agenda.
Thank you, Martha, and I'd like to just reiterate that our testosterone use exemption is consistent with the feelings of the Association of Ringside Physicians. But if I could just clarify this, because it's come to my attention that our TUE exemption continues to be confused. And it has never been the intention of this committee or this commission, in my opinion, to increase testosterone use in this state. It has been our mission to decrease testosterone cheating. And we have two different ways of doing that. First, we have a ban on testosterone use in this state, which will remain in place. We do not want athletes using supplemental testosterone. That ban helps us keep athletes from cheating with testosterone. Now, we also need a TUE. Why? Because the TUE helps this commission keep doctors from assisting athletes in cheating in this state. Remember how this came about. An athlete came before us. Many of the commissioners are new, so they don't remember this. And the athlete said, in essence, yes, I cheated. I used testosterone, but I had to. My doctor said I would suffer great bodily harm if I didn't use this testosterone. And this commission did not know what to do. They, in fact, were about to just let the athlete off without any penalty. After much discussion, the penalty was cut in half. And at that point, we committed ourselves to creating a policy that we couldn't let athletes show up and cheat with a doctor's note. I felt that athlete was cheating, and I felt that doctor was assisting that athlete in cheating, and the policy that has been created will greatly help this commission from stopping that process, from cheating with a doctor's note. Thank you. Ms. Foster, is that clear?
Yes, Commissioner Lemons, it's very clear. Obviously, you don't want people cheating with testosterone. Mr. Chairman, moving on to agenda item number 4, the Amateur MMA Oversight Subcommittee. That's Commissioner Carvelli and Senior Quidez. Is there a report from this subcommittee?
Yes. Mr. Chair, we received our 30-day report as we have instructed CAMO to provide us a report every 30 days. At this point, CAMO has now moved through basically all of their debt as of the end of 2013. They moved out of their lease, what we felt was a rather expensive overhead lease in downtown Los Angeles at the end of September, October, into a cheaper lease, and transitioned now out of that lease. Everyone basically telecommuting out of Riverside, Los Angeles. So they've significantly lowered their overhead. They've paid off the rest of their office and payroll overhead as of the end of 2013. So going into 2014, we will be looking at their finances more carefully in terms of their revenue versus their overhead, and I think we should be seeing some significant changes. It already looks like there will be some very good changes, and looking back at all of the changes that we've had them make. Really, the drop dead date was the end of 2013. So going into 2014, it looks like it will be a very good transition period. And yeah, and also I have to say that CAMO has been very helpful in other areas as well. The reviews of other amateur sports, they've been very, very helpful anytime that we've needed them. I actually have gone to some of the amateur events. They've been very professional. They've been run very, very well. They've been very compliant with everything that we've required them to do without any argument. Their licensing fees, the equipment requirements that we've asked them to comply with. So we've had no complaints whatsoever with them. And I don't know if Commissioner Carvelli would like to add anything to that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on to agenda item number Subcommittee Report 5, Amateur Boxing Subcommittee. That's Commissioner Lehman and Chinyer Quidez. We have a report from this subcommittee.
I think maybe, can we leave that to item number 16 to report, since we have a possible action item there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on now to agenda subcommittee report number 6, the Ringside Officials Oversight Committee. That's Commissioner Carvelli and Chinyer Quidez. Do we have a report from this committee?
Right, that's me. Andy, we had the training, the officials training yesterday. So do you want to give a report on that one?
I can. We had a training yesterday as required by the Business Professions Code. And it started off with a very informative lecture from Dr. Lemons on traumatic brain injury, how to protect fighters, what to look for in fighters, and the effects of dehydration on an athlete's performance and potential danger. Jack Reese and Pat Russell, John McCarthy, Doc Hamilton, with Herb Dean asked some good questions. We discussed scoring in mixed martial arts. The officials discussed what to look for when a fighter is in trouble, and we saw videos, and it was a long training, began at 10 and ended at 5:30. So I think that the officials certainly got a lot out of that training. I know I did. So now moving on to agenda item subcommittee report number 7. This is the Boxers Pension Fund Subcommittee. That's Commissioner Carvelli and Chinyer Quidez.
Shall we wait till the action item on the agenda?
Okay, reserve that for the action item. Moving on to number 8, the Anti-Bullying Campaign Subcommittee. That's Commissioner Carvelli and Senior Quidez.
Did you give that report, Andy?
I will. We've so we asked Uriah Faber to join us in this effort, and he graciously. I worked with DCA, and DCA sent their videographer and the press people, and the Los Angeles Unified School District sent some basic anti-bullying material with some different messages, and Uriah put it into his own words, and he recorded several public school service announcements for the Los Angeles Unified District. They're in the process of editing that and making it so it's a presentation. And we've also working with the district to have live presentations where some of the commission's licensees, volunteers, could go out to the district, to the schools, and convey the anti-bullying message. I know that I and Commissioner Carvelli and really everyone I talked to on the commission is very excited about this. We've made a lot of progress, and we're really starting. I think this is really starting to take off. So I hope to have a good report for you at the next meeting. Moving on to number 9, the Large Event Incentive Subcommittee. This is Commissioner Senior Quidez and Carvelli.
I'll start. Thank you. Excuse me, sir. We have made some really good progress, I think, on this subcommittee. There are 2 components. There's a private and public component that we are working on. We are charged not only as a mission of our commission, but also the audit's recommendation to go out and to seek more events, more fights, more shows, to enhance revenues coming into the commission, to supplement our spending authority. What we have come to learn is that this has taken on a great deal more significance in my mind, that California needs to remain competitive with other states because we are losing events. We are losing events now. We're used to losing events in Nevada and Texas and so on, but we are now losing events to states like New York who are changing their tax code to attract these big events. So we're looking into that, and that's the public component. We are working with the administration and their GoBiz team. That's their economic development folks. We are actually working with, and we'll be meeting soon with the Franchise Tax Board to talk about options there. On the private side, we have been, particularly with Commissioner Senior Quidez, reaching out to just starting to have conversations with private entities, see if they wouldn't be interested in helping create a package to attract these large fights. So that's hopefully we'll have some more specific things to report at next commission, but we are working diligently on these actions.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on to Subcommittee Report number 10, the Transgender Licensing Subcommittee. This is Commissioner Lehman and Commissioner Giza.
Yeah, we have a potential action item, so we'd like to defer it to that point in the agenda. I maybe just want to mention one thing that came out in the course of having the Medical Advisory Committee review this, is that the regulations that were written for the Medical Advisory Committee require a quorum of 4, even if there are less than 4 members of the Medical Advisory Committee. And so at some point the Commission will need to take that up, because the MAC isn't going to be able to function if we don't change that quorum rule. Right now we only have 3 members, so they can't actually officially meet. They had to give us their input individually.
Thank you, Dr. Giza. Moving on to agenda item number 11.
I'm sorry. Can we put that action item to perhaps revise the regulations for the MAC quorum on our action item or on the agenda for our next meeting?
That would take a law change, a legislative change, but I do have 2 applications for the MAC for the next meeting, and if those 2 people apply, then we could establish a quorum. But if the Commission would like to seek legislation to change the MAC, then I can look into that.
I think we have to, because you may not get all the doctors together, even if you have 6.
Okay?
So, excuse me, Mr. Foster, when you say legislative change, you mean a regulation change? Statutory. Yes. Okay, we can do that.
Moving on to subcommittee report number 11, Neurological Fund Subcommittee. This is Dr. Giza and Dr. Lemons.
I guess there are probably three things I want to mention. One is the use of computerized neurological testing pre and post fight. As Andy has already mentioned, the contracts are underway, and as soon as those things get through the administrative hurdles, we'll be able to roll that study out. That has already been sort of vetted by the MAC in years past, so I think we have already gotten their input on that. A second item, just to mention briefly, is we talked a little bit about having a database for this information. I think that's part of our strategic plan, and as we gather this information from these computerized neurological tests, we do want to put them into some format where either the commission or outside researchers can look at them so that we can learn the utility of these tests before implementing them broadly. And then the last thing I just want to mention, and Van, this isn't something we'd had a chance to discuss, but I had a conversation with Dr. Gluckman in between these two meetings, and it turns out that he's begun to use some of the computerized cognitive testing also as part of a supplement to his licensing neurological examinations. And I think I'd like to talk with, have the subcommittee address the issue of whether or not, if we can get the information from the computerized cognitive tests that are being used for licensing and perhaps compare them retroactively with the fighters' records, we may be able to get some idea as to whether these computerized tests will give us any predictive ability for fighters who've, as Chairman Firestone likes to say, who've lost the edge.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, that concludes my executive officer's report, and we can move on to agenda item number 6, which is ringside physician shortage and the use of non-trained physicians. This item was requested by Dr. Lemons, so I'll let him take the lead on this.
Mr. Chairman, I met with many of our seasoned ringside physicians yesterday at the training session, and they have a variety of grievances. One of which is they don't think they're getting enough work, and they are opposed to the use of non-trained physicians at events. And so this has been put on the agenda to discuss these issues, and I'd like Mr. Foster maybe to summarize what we've had to do to cover some of these events recently.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that point, ringside physicians sometimes are hard to get to work. I mean, there's many events that this commission regulates, and especially in the summer, there becomes times, especially to give you an example, last summer, or I think it was last fall, we had the Association of Ringside Physicians conference in Las Vegas. I attended. So did most of our ringside physicians. We had multiple events that weekend. I want to say at least 6, but it may be more like 8. So it was 8. So what I did was, because we were truly out of options, I put one of our ringside physicians, our seasoned ringside physicians, at each one of the shows, and then and then had them work with. I had them work with a physician who wants to become a ringside physician. Okay, now this is allowed by commission rules. Okay, so what I did was what I thought was in the best interest of boxing, in the best interest of protecting this commission, because I had 2 physicians licensed by the California State Medical Board present, one of which had been trained as a ringside physician, one of which was in training, wanted to learn. So that was the steps that I took, and I stand behind that decision because that was, I felt like that was the best interest of boxing. Okay. Now, from what I did receive from several of the ringside physicians was, instead of me doing that, they would rather have had one and been paid double. Okay, that's not what I took. That's not the course I took. The ringside physician that proctored was paid the normal fee. The seasoned ringside physician worked both the weigh-in and the event the next day, so they received the weigh-in pay and the event pay, and that was the choice that I've taken. Now, to add to this, I would like to point out that these new physicians that I've been hearing so much about have probably worked in California, other than that weekend that I'm talking about, less than 4 or 5 times. Okay, this commission run approximately 180 events last year, so 4 or 5 times is we don't have an epidemic on our hands. Okay, but we do need to keep the door open for physicians that would like to come and learn the craft of being a ringside physician, because there are times, especially up north. Down south is a little easier. Up north, if we have multiple events, we are really in a problem. So much so that I had to ask Dr. Lemons, who was not paid, did nothing, but he is a doctor who came out and assisted. Just sit there, just in case there was a problem. Didn't perform any functions, just sit there in case there was a problem, because I was so short on ringside physicians up north in the summer. And thank God he did that. It was outside, it was 100-degree weather, but he did it. And so we have a shortage of ringside physicians, and we want to provide training for the ringside physicians, but I do think that we should, I think the rules are quite clear in what's required. I mean, the six proctorings. So I'm not certain that there needs to be any type of change. We certainly appreciate a ringside physicians that are seasoned. We offer them every assignment possible that they can work, but just sometimes they're not available. They just get busy.
And that particular weekend, there were 8 shows, and Andy did call me. And I believe the 2 physicians that were not quote-unquote trained, one of them actually had worked as a ringside physician in another state for quite a while. And the other one was a plastic surgeon who was actually a huge fan of mixed martial arts, had been one for many, many years, and I believe he had a background in maxillofacial reconstruction and was working with a senior ringside physician. And so we did make the decision that in those 2 instances out of 8, that it was better to have 2 rather than just 1 physician there. And there were evacuation, there were ambulances, and so for the health and safety of the fighters, that it was better to have 2 rather than 1. And that's where the complaints came from.
Let me ask you this, Andy. Well, what is the what position are you taking? Because we can't get, sometimes we can't get the medical groups together. So what position are you taking? Are you following what your line, or what
My position, sir, Mr. Chairman, is I want to continue to receive new ringside physicians. I don't want to close that door because there's not a lot of people that are going to want to do this anyway. Okay, and the people that do want to stay around really like it, but there's not a lot of people that want to do this job. But if we do have a few people that want to do it, that are really interested, I'll give you an example of Dr. Vega has applied to be a ringside physician now. He's been trying since '09. Okay, he's been a USA boxing doctor for 15 or 20 years. He's their top doctor. He's the chair of the hospital at one of these hospitals. I saw his resume. It's very well qualified. Okay, he wants to work with us. Okay, he worked his first event the other night, again, on short, as the second to one of our seasoned ringside physicians. It's not like he's never saw a fight before. He's worked with USA Boxing for many years. It's just that he wanted to, work with us. So. But my position is that basically, with your permission, sir, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I understand that there's complaints, but I have to look after the best interest of this commission and not after the best interest of trying to keep a fiefdom on a ringside medicine. We have some of the best ringside physicians in the world here in California. I'll put our people against anybody, but this commission runs a lot of shows. And there will come a time when we're needing some more people, or somebody's on vacation or somebody's went to a conference, and that's happened. And we've had it happen twice really bad. So that's what I had.
Andy, I support your efforts to get more ringside physicians, and there will be difficulties with that, as you outlined. And I encourage you to do that and simultaneously keep our experienced ringside physicians informed, and it's important not to insult this group. They are a valuable resource. They have many times gone out of their way, weekends, faraway events, to help this commission. So I would like you to support them as best you can while you try and grow our ringside physician staff.
This is
Thank you.
Commissioner Lehman. I had a question. Is there some standard when we use the non-technically trained? They have to be otherwise qualified. I know the ones you took and used were de facto. Though not perhaps technically trained or licensed by us, but they had qualifications. But isn't there some standard that that allows us to use that, or is there not a standard? And if so, we should make one.
Well, the standards outlined in our commission regulations, which is what I used to select the people, and they had not completed the 6 proctoring events as of yet. But our rules do allow them to work under a seasoned person.
I also support what you've done, but what I would also like to see is for the training for the ringside physicians to be prioritized this coming year, so that we have opportunities to get some newer interested physicians there. I know it's hard to get the doctors together and get all the training materials together, but I think we definitely want to do that if you're running out of doctors occasionally.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Giza. Okay. Mr. Chairman, we're moving to agenda item number 7. Rulemaking change to allow flexibility in the timing of weigh-ins. This was requested by Dr. Lemons, so I'll let him take the lead on.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe this rule, what is the rule number we're dealing with here, the weigh-in time rule? Rule 297, thank you, is the most dangerous rule in our rule books. I think this rule mandates that these athletes have to make weight at a specific time, 24 hours before a scheduled match. Our studies have convincingly shown that non-heavyweight athletes dehydrate themselves significantly at the time of weigh-in. I don't think that's in dispute. What is also not in dispute is dehydration is dangerous. In and of itself, young athletes have died from the process of dehydrating themselves to make weight. My own theory is rehydration quickly may also be dangerous. Nevertheless, mandating the time of this weigh-in so close to an event really causes us to put 2 dangerous scenarios very close together. A dehydration-rehydration cycle is, by this rule, linked to a very dangerous athletic event within the space of 24 hours. I don't think this rule has any scientific evidence to support its continued use. I would like us to be able to explore moving this weigh-in time, perhaps, for instance, a week before the scheduled event, or even more flexible than that, to allow these athletes to recover from this weigh-in, dehydration, rehydration cycle they put themselves through before they engage in arguably the most dangerous sports on the planet.
This is Commissioner Shan-Yurkita. So I do understand the health issues. I guess my comment would be that then you have the issues of somebody coming in, such as you would have with the Chavez Jr., where you have a huge disparity then at the time of the fight of not making the actual weight of the contract. Since I saw this on the agenda, I was reading all of the hydration and dehydration tests, the majority of them done obviously in wrestling, because that's a very, very big issue in the wrestling world, in the collegiate and high school wrestling. And there was actually I think I sent it to you, probably didn't have time to read it because I just sent it to you. There was a 2012 study done, I think out of Sweden, in the combative sports field, in the Olympic combative sports field, in hydration and dehydration, and also the latest out of Turkey, because they, for some reason, do a lot of these studies in hydration and dehydration in wrestling. And then in the United States, a lot of it in wrestling. And one thing that they use are these refractometers that measure hydration. And I'm sort of wondering, these digital urine refractometers, because they do a lot of weight cutting. So, and of course, they also have the weigh-in times very close to their competitions. And because they are collegiate and high school, they also have these issues with these young people, young athletes doing weight cutting. So maybe something that we also need to explore, and I don't know because I'm not a medical person, having these kinds of, this kind of equipment, measuring hydration, and then if we determine that they are dehydrated, then not let them compete. I mean, it's just a suggestion.
I just want to echo Dr. Lemon's comment that dehydration, particularly severe dehydration before a long fight, can be deleterious to the fighter's performance. I'm going to talk a little bit later today about our dehydration study with Camo, which actually looks like their protocol seems to be working for them, but we'll talk about that a little later. But I also want to allude to some CSAC data that we looked at probably 5 or 6 years ago, and what we found in that quality improvement project was that the fighters who I believe weighed less than 135 or 100, I don't remember exactly where the cutoff was, but the lighter fighters who lost more than 10% of body weight actually lost a disproportionate number of boxing matches, about 2/3, when we would have expected it to be about 50-50. So I think there's at least some evidence to suggest that severe dehydration, particularly in a boxing setting at the professional level, can be deleterious, and I would caution against shortening any of the times between weigh-in and actual fight.
Hi, this is Commissioner Lehman. I agree that dehydration is a problem. It's making weight is part of this sport, like it is with wrestling. The reg, to the extent it allows boxers to weigh in an hour before the scheduled time of the fight, seems crazy. 24 hours, I don't know, I guess that's what we've been using. It seems to work. I think a lot of boxers know that you can't lose a lot of weight before your fight because it affects your performance, and ultimately everybody boxes to win, everybody fights to win. I have seen it proposed that there ought to be a weigh-in 24 hours before the fight and then a weigh-in at the fight. And so you kind of check that if you're too much there's too large a differential between what your weigh-in fight was when you're dehydrated and then your normal fight, your normal weight, right, when you walk into the ring, then that's a sign that you dehydrated. And so the proposal would be limits on that. You weigh them twice, and that kind of assures that there won't be a huge dehydration. It's just another proposal because it is a problem. Yeah, but I think a week in advance of a fight is crazy. It's just, yeah, in fact, it'd probably be worse because then you got people coming to a ring that weigh 50 pounds differential, and that's dangerous. So it's not only dangerous for the dehydrated fighter, but it's dangerous in mismatches. As we all know, velocity and force and mass, the more you weigh, the harder you hit, usually, in physics.
Commissioner Lehman, I'd just like to remind you that even as recently as December, we've had boxers show up to emergency rooms with unexplained brain swelling, requiring their skull to be removed to save their life. This 24-hour period to recover from their dehydration is inadequate, in my opinion, and dangerous. And my statement is this rule is the most dangerous rule on our rule book. Thank you. And I would like to at least have a subcommittee explore this issue.
Well, that's true. Let's do this. Your committee, let's get it together and come back with a recommendation, because this is sort of, I'll give example. Many years ago, that used to weigh in at the time of the fight. Many years. And they didn't have a 24-hour thing. Now, what they did, of course, promoters all over the nation had it have a weigh-in 24 hours before or whatever, and that was just to make money for the fight. But I know when I was fighting, they didn't have that. You weighed in, and then you went and boxed. So it's something that this committee really should take a hard look at, okay? And also find out, like Dr. Lemon said, to find out what kind of injuries do we have? Do we have this? How severe is it?
So I just want to offer a couple of things. One is I still have the old CSAC data from a few years ago. I can pull that back out. We could potentially also capture some new data from CSAC. It wouldn't be that hard. And as I said, I'm going to show the camo results. I think whatever we would want to do with this might be something that would also be worthwhile to, when we have the medical advisory committee in a fashion that we can use it, we should probably have those guys take a look at it and get some feedback from them from the medical standpoint. I mean, obviously, Dr. Lemons and I also have some opinions about it. But if we want to have some independent medical review of those things, we want to have the MAC put that on their agenda whenever they get together next.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question, if you don't mind, sir. Is this discussed or dealt with in the uniform rules of boxing? Andy, do you happen to know that? Or?
Weigh-ins that are further out.
Is this a standard?
This is the 24-hour rule is standard pretty much across the entire country. I mean, I don't know of any commission that weighs in days before and then fights. Do you, sir? No. Yeah. This
California could be a first.
Okay. Okay. So now we're ready to move on.
I'm sorry, what was the disposition?
Chairman Frierson assigned this to this topic to the Medical Advisory Committee. Okay, moving on, Mr. Chairman, to agenda item number 8. That's the California Amateur Mixed Martial Arts Organization dehydration study. This was requested by Dr. Giza, so I will let him take the lead on that.
Yeah, I just,
Quick, why don't we wait? We're going to take a 15-minute break. California Thank you. We're back in session at Athletic Commission, State Athletic Commission, and we're going to skip a little bit. We're going to go to item number 17. No, 19, sorry. Number 19 first.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the recommendation that the commission accept the fine and accept the license application of Mr. Tony Lopez. Mr. Lopez has been in contact with the office. I've been in contact with Mr. Lopez. He's been extremely cooperative. He served his time. He's paid the fine. And it's my recommendation to this commission, because of his cooperative behavior, that we accept his application and remove him from the national suspension list.
Any other commissioners have anything to say on this?
Mr. Lopez, could you make perhaps a short statement and reassurance that going forward in the future you will represent this sport that you clearly love and we all clearly love and in an honorable way, and bestow the gifts upon it that have been bestowed on you?
Oh no, for sure. I really apologize for my previous actions, and I would like to say in front of you guys right now that that will never happen again. You know, it was unbecoming of me, and I took it to a level that it should have never been took to, and I can assure you that it will never happen again. You know, motions. I mean, it's a job, you know, and that's what I do for a living, and I got to realize that if I do something wrong, I get fired, even though it's fighting and self-employment, whatever. But it's a job regardless, and I can't afford to lose my job. So once again, I do apologize for those actions back in August, and it will never happen again.
I'll make a motion to grant the license.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Are we ready?
Sir, we're not. Mr. Mascara's counsel would like to see the gloves. He's going to need a little more time to get prepared. He'd like you to take the agenda in order and give him a little more time to be prepared.
Okay.
He also requested that we collect the gloves. He'd like to look at the gloves if he's allowed to.
You can look at them.
Sure. In my presence.
You cannot, you must be here at all times.
Yeah.
Let me
You
get
have the right to look at them.
let me get them out of the evidence.
Sorry. He sent me in. Sorry to interrupt. Underwear.
Mr. Chairman, we could now take agenda item number 18, review and possible action of license application for Ms. Byers. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Byers has applied for an application, or applied to be a professional boxer with the California State Athletic Commission. In brief, my recommendation to the commission is to grant Ms. Byers a license with the understanding that Ms. Byers will have to face the same matchmaking requirements that everyone else in this state does. So if she can get an opponent that I will approve, the commission will approve. Well, Ms. Byers has been applying for several years now with the commission.
I've been licensed on a few. Each time I applied for license and did medicals and completed everything, I've been licensed as a professional fighter. Okay. Each time I've applied for license, I've been licensed as a professional fighter, as a professional boxer. I met all the medical criteria. Physically, I'm fit. There's no reason to exclude me from boxing. I consider myself to be one of the best heavyweight female fighters out there today.
I think the reason this was brought to the attention of the commission was I did not approve Ms. Byers to fight Martha Salazar. That's correct?
That's correct.
And yeah, Martha Salazar, I mean, you would be a debut athlete, and I don't have Martha Salazar's fight facts right in front of me, but her fights are definitely in the double digits.
Right. She's 12-4. She's
Yeah,
had
12.
16 professional fights. And I'm aware of that. And I accept the fact that you don't want me to fight her my first fight, but she's the only heavyweight female fighter in California. And the promoter did not want to try to get someone out of state for a pro debut. I've been around a long time. I have skills. I've been training for years. And I am more than qualified of handling myself in the ring. I'm a little nervous today for some reason or another, you know. But I am a competent fighter. And I'm in it to win it. That's all I have to say.
This is Commissioner Lehman. Okay.
Wait a minute. I didn't call you out of turn, but I'll let you go ahead before the commission. Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't see you. I couldn't see you. Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Lehman, and I did take time to review this packet, and it looks like your medical examination was very thorough, and it looks like everything came back, you know, extremely, you know, well, and you're a very exceptional and fit athlete, and I can't believe you don't even wear eyeglasses. And I do know as a former female professional fighter how hard it is to get fights, especially if you're older. You can't get amateur fights because there's just even fewer in the amateurs, so you almost have to go professional. Perhaps a suggestion or a compromise, I noticed that you do train and you spar a couple times a week, is perhaps someone from the commission can go and observe Ms. Byers sparring, and that might, you know, give us somewhat of a comfort level.
Well, actually, I've been cleared, and I've had someone come out to screen me with the commission's office, you know, a year ago. And I was licensed, and I was told to find me an opponent. The problem was me choosing Martha Salazar as my first fight. And I'm going to have to get to her sooner or later because there's not many heavyweight females out there. There's only probably about 7 to 10 heavyweight females out there, and they all had fights.
Oh, yeah.
So the least amount of fights probably
like you
would
said,
be 4 to 5 fights.
So important to me.
You know, and
Well, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to get to her sooner or later.
I'll make this final. But go ahead.
So I actually was in Dr. Wallace's office, I believe, on the day that this came up, and Dr. Wallace and I had a discussion. I was there for some other commission issues, and he actually gave me a document, and we also had this discussion. And what he said is that You are an incredible physical specimen for any age, especially your age, and I really wish I shared that physical ability. But his concern is that under any set of circumstances, because of your age, and he did consult with the Association of Ringside Physicians Board, that they do have 200 years of ringside physicians' experience. There is a rational basis for denying this licensure because there are concerns about the normal aging process, and there are unacceptable risks of multiple head blows affecting the brain, eyes, and hearing. And that's his concern because there's normal atrophy of the brain and increased risk of just injury. And so because of that, there is more susceptibility to injury. And that's the discussion. And then there is just slowness in healing, and there's just that aging process, and that was his concern. So,
Okay, I'm going to speak. I'm the chair, and let me speak a little bit about this. I'm not going to go there at all.
Thank you.
Because I know about aging. If anybody knows about aging in this room, it's me. But I'm going to say this. It's nothing to do with age at all, period. We had a young man, many of you remember, came out of prison. We watched him. We sent one of our great trainers down there to referees to watch him. Did well. He passed everything. He wanted that one fight, fine. But it wasn't a mismatch. And the only thing I worry about, and I told my executive officer, I only worry about having someone as physical you are and as good as you are, to have someone fight someone that's maybe 14-0.
Okay.
I'm not going to allow that in the state of California.
Right.
It's not going to do that. Now, if you were fighting someone and you're 0-0 professionally, and the other person is 2-0, that makes a big difference.
Okay.
I treat you no more than we do males. I don't even want to go there about age or anything because we just can't do that.
Right.
The doctors can say one thing, and that's fine. They can say all the different things that can happen to you. I've even demonstrated that many years when someone came to us, and everybody, most people understand when I say I'm left-handed. And if I throw out my right hand, when I was 18, I could bring it back in a minute just to protect my back.
That's right.
But now, at the age of 83, if I throw it out now, it takes 5 minutes to come back. So what I'm saying, though, but maybe you can do better because you're younger or whatever have you. But only thing we're here about, as far as I'm concerned, and I hope the other commissioners understand it, is that age has nothing to do with age, but it's we will not sanction a fight that even males. We had one last week, 13-1.
Right.
We had to fight 13 losses and 1 win. We're not going to sanction those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm talking about.
Okay, I agree with that. And I have no problem finding an opponent with lesser fights. I'm working on it now. I do have a promoter that's going to put me on card on March 21st. I've been around a long time, and I've watched boxing, and I know boxing. It's my passion. It's a part of my life today. My reflexes are better today than they were 10 years ago pertaining to boxing. I sometimes wake up in the morning and feel aches, and I could go to the back and train with my trainer. I feel nothing, ever. I feel nothing. When I'm in the ring, I could do things I can't do outside the ring. I'm clearly here because I want to share a different light to boxing. I am trained, technically sound. I have one of my trainers here with me today, and he can contest, and he's credible. He's the most honest, diligent person I've met in a long time.
Ms. Byers,
Yes,
may I ask you a question? And I
Sure.
don't mean to interrupt you, so
sure.
keep going. In this report that Dr. Gluckman provided, at the conclusion, there's an impression, and it finishes with the words, puts it more at risk than a younger individual, such that she should be cautious.
Right.
What does that mean to you, please?
I understand exactly what that means, but I feel that there's an exception to every rule in life, and I just happen to be the exception in my rule. I know I'm an older female fighter, but I assure you, women boxing is not on the same level as men. I have no fear of being in the ring with any female. The only one female I wouldn't get in the ring with my very first fight is Lucinda Riker, because I've considered her to be the best female fighter out there ever. Anybody else? I'm going to say before me, there wasn't any. After me, there'd be no more. I'm here as a professional fighter to make the sport look good. I don't want to bring older women into boxing because I don't feel they should be here. But because I've trained so hard and diligently for years, I think I should have my opportunity to have one fight. And if I get there and I don't perform to your expectation, I'll walk away. But if I do far beyond what you think I'm capable of doing, let me shine. Okay. But I understand what Dr. Gluckman said. We spoke, and he said there was no medical reason for me not to box. And actually, Dr. Wallace told me the same thing. Looking at medicals, there's no reason to exclude me from boxing. But if you asked 100 men, should a woman my age be boxing, they probably all would tell you no. But that's not the case. I am a professional athlete. And I've been licensed several times as a professional boxer.
I would just have a question for Andy. Commissioner Shenner-Kiedis here has a letter from Dr. Wallace denying the medical clearance. In the packet that I have the letter from Dr. Gluckman approving the clearance with the caveat that she should be careful, but I'm not able to find Dr. Wallace's letter in the packet. So I'm curious, where is that letter, and how was it obtained?
I got handed this while I was in the office back there.
Dated November 26, 2013.
Sir, can you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
Would that change your strategy in the ring somehow?
No. My strategy in the ring is to go in and perform to the best of my ability, to give it all I got. But I'm a smart fighter. You know, I plan to get hit a lot less than my opponent. You know, actually, technically, I don't think I'll ever go past 2 rounds. You know. And
Sure. Okay, Mr. Chairman, my recommendation to this commission is that we accept Ms. Byers' application. We grant her a license. I or one of my referees, not the inspectors, but the referees that train or have trained boxing, perhaps Lou Moret or someone like that, could go to the gym and watch her. They can provide a report. Perhaps I myself will go if I'm down here in Los Angeles and see. And then At that point, I will provide a report to the commission, and perhaps we can get Ms. Byers scheduled, if a promoter wants to schedule her, for a full rounder with a reasonable opponent. And that's the key word. What's been happening is I've been denying potential opponents to Ms. Byers, not for any other reason than I would deny them to any person that came in front of this commission, because they're numerical mismatches. I'm the first to tell you numerical's not everything, but with no record, I don't have anything to go on.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Commissioner Lehman. Is there a second? Seconded by Chairman Frierson.
I would say, my name is Kenny Kroom. I'm an ex-fighter. I had 28 professional fights, trained by Eddie Futch and Thel Torrance. Only lost one fight, a ESPN tournament to Roger Stafford. And this young lady right here can really fight. I mean, she's learned the fundamentals of boxing. She knows how to box the fighters and fight the boxers. She has the ability for us to, and if she couldn't fight, I would stop her from fighting. We wouldn't be fighting if I saw her get hurt and that happened again. I would say, that's it. We would, why would we keep fighting? You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't keep fighting. Oh, I say, I wouldn't let her get hurt in the boxing business, sir. If I saw that she couldn't do what she's supposed to do, I would stop the fight. What would be the reason for us to keep fighting that, you know, that late in the game? I'm sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't let her get hurt, sir, a miss or whoever. You know, she can fight. She's strong. Matter of fact, she hit me a couple of times boxing her. She's tough, yeah. So, you know, okay.
Ms. Byers, just for the record,
Okay.
you understand the motion. The motion's on the floor from Commissioner Lehman, seconded by Chairman Frierson, to grant you a license, but that you will undergo an evaluation period. That will be expedited. We're going to make sure that happens as quick as this week. Okay, we will try to facilitate that request.
Okay.
But that your approvals are based upon your record and what we see in the gym, and not upon anything else. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Motion on the floor.
One thing, please. You said this week. Could we possibly do it next week? My mother has terminal cancer, and she's been brought home for hospice.
Certainly, I was just trying to facilitate.
Right, I appreciate it. First, anytime next week, because I have.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, we're going to need a roll call. Let's do a roll call. Chairman Frierson? Aye. Commissioner Lehman? Aye. Commissioner Senior-Quidez? Abstain. Commissioner Giza? Abstain. Commissioner Carvelli? Opposed. Commissioner Lemons?
Opposed.
All right, so we don't have enough. We've got 2 for, 2 abstentions, and 2 oppositions. That's not enough. That's not enough. Motion fails.
It's not enough to do what?
Pass the motion.
Okay. I have something to say. See, first and foremost, you licensed me as a professional boxer. You gave me license and told me to go find myself an opponent. You did not send me to Dr. Wallace to get a medical evaluation. You sent me to Dr. Wallace to see if he would prove the Martha Salazar fight. Physically, medically, I've completed everything that you asked me for years. I've been in communication with the Athletic Commission. I've been mistreated by Che Guevara of the Athletic Commission. I overlooked a lot of things. I am not going to overlook this. I'm here to stay. I'm here to fight as a professional fighter. You granted Dooley Bonzella, the prisoner, his day of boxing. He's not even from California. He's from New York. Why wasn't he licensed there? Why did he have to come to California and get licensed? And when I asked Dr. Wallace about that situation, what's the difference between him and I? And he tells me, oh, those are different circumstances. Tell me what's different about it. I'm born in Los Angeles, California. I was licensed the very first year I got into boxing. You gave me license, told me to find an opponent. The only reason I haven't fought, because no promoter would give me an opportunity until I met Ed Holmes. I got on the phone with Bob Arum. I called his office for months. Finally got him on the phone, you know, impressed him with my presentation. And then all of a sudden he said, well, let me get your stats. And the minute I told him my age, he hung the phone up in my face. And that was over 8 years ago. There was others. There was a matchmaker. Oh, I have you a fight. But he told me before I could fight, he used the F word. So you could imagine what he said. We're going to have to go somewhere and F first. I said, excuse me. And I put my finger in his face. And I told him, the only F we're going to do, you're going to F out of my face. I don't need you. So I've gone through the very first time I seeked out a boxing trainer. You know what he charged me? $1,200 a month. The second boxing trainer, $800 a month. And I wasn't knowing I was totally being taken advantage of because I've never been in boxing. I paid my fees to the Athletic Commission year after year. I've been in communication with the Athletic Commission. If my age was a factor, why did you ever allow me to come this far? I was told in December, go find yourself an opponent. You passed everything, you could go. The only problem was Dr. Wallace, when I went there, he said there's no physical reason why you shouldn't be fighting, no medically that I could see with any of your exams. But let me talk to the NFL doctor and let me talk to other doctors because of your age. So he's on the internet. He told me that he talked to other doctors and put it out there hypothetically, should a woman this age be fighting? Any man in the world that don't know boxing is going to say no. I'm not the average person. You know, I have a lot of statistics. I have, you know, where I can make a case of this. This is pure discrimination as far as I'm concerned. If age is not a factor, give me my one day like you gave Dooley. And he walks with a gait. And I'm quite sure his stress test didn't supersede mine. And mentally, physically, I haven't been hit in the head, but except one time. And that was through an unfair screening, my very first screening, where a whole lot of misappropriate things were going on. So other than that, I train every day. I box with guys. I know how to move my head, and I know how to protect myself. So I deserve my opportunity just like anyone else. If not, I'll get it in court. I'm not going to stop here because it's injustice. I pay my money every year. I get my medicals every other year up until this point. And we're talking about 12 years of history. And I could tell you a lot of stories as far as promoters and things that were said to me that was inappropriate. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Okay, Mr. Chairman, are we ready to do the hearing? Okay. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we'll move to number 17, the review of the internal investigation of altered gloves confiscated on September 20th, 2013.
This is an appeal of the professional boxer license suspension by Ricardo Rodriguez. Is Mr. Rodriguez here? Yeah. Thank you. And the appeal of the California manager's license by Rodrigo Mascara Sr. Thank you. This is an appeal of the temporary suspension of the professional boxer license issued to Ricardo Rodriguez and the California manager's license issued to Rodrigo Mascara Sr. The circumstances surrounding the suspensions relate to the same event occurring on September 20th, 2013. The appeals are therefore consolidated in the interest of efficiency and economy. Please identify yourselves by stating your name and status for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Carlo Fisco, F-I-S-C-O, and I am the legal representative and attorney representing Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Mascara before the commission.
Is there no extra microphone? Yeah.
They need it. No.
One per side. And
Do you need me to repeat that information?
do you have a card, by the way?
I do. Again, my name is Carlo Fisco, F-I-S-C-O, and I am representing today Mr. Mascara and Mr. Rodriguez, who are present in the room. Also present and testifying as percipient witnesses are Gloria Mascara, Ruben Gomez, who was the cornerman of the night in question, and Gilbert Nieves, who was also the glove man on the night in question. I have some packets here.
Yes, hold on. Thank you so much. And who's representing the commission in this matter?
Akis on behalf of the executive officer for the commission. Can you hear it okay? Thank you. And also present, I have lead inspector Mark Relier from the commission. And also present is Lou Moret, the referee who was the referee on the night in question.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Mascara, do each of you intend to testify in this matter? Both? Yes, sir. Okay, let me swear both of you in right now. First, Mr. Rodriguez, stand please. Raise your right hand. Does he speak English?
Mrs. Mascara is willing to translate. She's present. She's present right here.
Are the commissioners fine with allowing the appellant's wife to translate? Sophia, are you willing to translate?
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Executive officer. Thank you so much. Sophia, are you certified?
I'm not. That's the only.
Are the appellants and their counsel okay with allowing her to translate?
Yes, we are.
Thank
We're
you so
fine
much.
with that.
Okay, step forward, Sophia, and I need to swear you in.
Not extremely fluent. I can.
Okay. We'll come forward. Thank you. And stand, please. And state your full name for the record.
Sophia Cornejo.
And you are the Assistant Executive Officer of the Athletic Commission?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. Ms. Cornejo, do you solemnly state, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury to tell the whole truth, the entire truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
And to translate word by word, and if you cannot just say so when I'm questioning him, or when they're
Okay.
questioned by counsel.
Okay.
You swear to do that as accurately as possible.
As accurately as possible.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Translate for that. And raise your right hand.
¿Entendiste lo que te dijo ahorita?
I'll go a bit at a time. Mr. Rodriguez, do you, I'll change it a bit then. Mr. Rodriguez, do you swear to tell the whole truth in this matter under penalty of perjury?
Quieren saber si vas a decir la verdad de todas las preguntas que te van a dar.
Is he?
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Sophia. You tried. Thank you. Nice try. Thank you.
The legal jargon.
Okay, for the record, Ms. Cornejo has withdrawn as the interpreter in this matter, and sir.
Hello. So,
State your name.
My name is Raul Kais.
Spell your last name, Mr. Caiz.
C-A-I-Z.
Thank you. And first of all, I need you to swear.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Mr. Caiz, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter, which shall be in the form of interpreting, shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And I should have asked you, do you accept him as the translator? Thank you. And Mr. Ludakis, you have no objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and swear in Mr. Mosqueda.
Okay. Ahora te van a... Well, Mr. Mosqueda,
Oh,
I need to...
Yeah.
Okay,
Raise your right
derecha,
hand.
por favor.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Señor
do you
Rodríguez,
solemnly state,
¿tú prometes,
under penalty of perjury,
bajo la penencia de decir la verdad,
that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth,
que la evidencia que vas a dar es la verdad,
the whole truth,
la pura verdad,
and nothing but the truth?
y nada más la verdad? ¿Sí?
Sí. Thank you. And Mr. Mosqueda, raise your right hand, please.
Yes, sir.
You're fluent in English?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mosqueda, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And who intends to testify? Okay, we'll go with you first. State your full name for the record.
Mark Francis Relier, last name spelled R-E-L-Y-E-A.
Okay, Mr. Relier, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. And sir, please raise your right hand and state your name, full name for the record.
F. Moret, M-O-R-E-T.
Mr. Moret, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much, sir. You may be seated. For the purposes of this hearing, the following shall apply. This hearing shall not exceed 1 hour. The time shall be divided evenly between the requester and the Deputy Attorney General. Each party may make either an oral or a written statement of the case. The Deputy Attorney General shall proceed first. And all witnesses will be placed under oath, which they have been. Well, not most of them. or a couple more.
Do you wish to swear in the witnesses now?
I'll swear them in later.
Okay.
Thank you. The Deputy Attorney General will go first, is limited to 20 minutes. The appellant will be limited to 20 minutes. Rebuttal by the Deputy Attorney General is limited to 10 minutes, and rebuttal by the appellant is limited to 10 minutes. The commissioners may ask questions at the conclusion of the rebuttal. Since the commission bears the burden of proving his case by preponderance of the evidence, you may now proceed. Mr. Ludakis.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. May I offer an opening statement to the commissioners?
Yes, you may.
We're here to address the suspension that was issued against Mr. Mosquera and Mr. Rodriguez. May it please the commissioners and Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Mosquera.
Sir, would you mind grabbing the microphone, please?
The evidence will show that on the evening of September 20th, on a fight called the All-Star Promotion Fight, in the second bout, Fuentes versus Rodriguez, the referee, Lou Moret, was checking the gloves, as he does as his custom and practice, and he felt the gloves of Mr. Rodriguez. The gloves had no padding in the tips, and all the padding had been rolled back into the thumb area of the glove, so there was a large lump. Referee Moretz said, "There's a problem here," and he called Lead Inspector Relier over and he said, "I think we've got a problem with this gloves. What do you think?" They looked at the gloves, they felt the gloves, and both concurred that these gloves had a major problem with them, exposing the bare knuckles with minimum padding that could have posed a serious risk of harm to the other fighter. The fighter was removed from the ring and escorted back to the locker room with Mr. Relier, who asked that the gloves be removed. Those gloves were removed, they were bagged as evidence, and I brought them here today. And we'll have an opportunity to look at those gloves. After removing the gloves, a new set of gloves was placed on Mr. Rodriguez, and the fight started again. Following the investigation of the gloves, Inspector Relier went around and interviewed everybody involved, including the inspectors for CSAC. And he wanted to know what happened. How did these gloves get through? Where did we fail? Where did we fail to protect the public? And why did Lou Moretz have to be the last person to catch these gloves? He's not an inspector of gloves, but they got through. But he was the last niche that protected the profession and the honesty and the integrity of the game and the protection of the other fighter. So you're going to hear today from Referee Moretz, and you're going to hear from Inspector Relier, and we're going to hear what happened. Mr. Relier drafted a report. It's a very lengthy report. It's in your tab 17. I'll be marking that as California State Athletic Commission Exhibit 1, and then Exhibit 2 will be the gloves that were confiscated on the evening of September 20th. Following the investigation, review of the gloves, those gloves were sent to Mr. Foster, who looked at these gloves and immediately recognized these gloves have been altered. Following the written report that was dated in October, a suspension was issued by the commission, suspending both Mr. Rodriguez as the boxer and Mr. Mosquera as his manager, pending the final findings of this commission. At the end of the evidence, commissioners will be asking for the appropriate discipline that the commission feels is appropriate under the circumstances as they unfold. Thank you.
You can go ahead and call your first witness, please. Well, do you want to reserve your opening?
I will.
Or you want to do it now?
I'll make it now, if you don't mind. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. And again, my name is Carlo Fisco, and I'm representing Mr. Mosquera and Mr. Rodriguez here today in this very, very serious matter. And I'm not here to dispute the operative facts which do appear in this report. And that is going to be a common theme throughout my presentation. And I caution you to be on the lookout for the very important details that may not be addressed and may not be presented to the commission, but which either appear in the report or through the evidence that we will present. And that is a common theme of total transparency, cooperation, disclosure. I can't use the word cooperation enough, from Mr. Mosquera, Mrs. Mosquera, who is also present, the fighter, as well as 2 other cornermen and commission representatives who were present. And that is a very, very significant theme in our presentation. Nobody was trying to do anything underhanded. There are allegations that, if stated generally, as was done by counsel, sound very provocative. But if you take the time, listen to the detailed evidence, you'll see Mr. Mosquera had neither an opportunity or any motivation whatsoever to endanger an unblemished record with this commission, 15 years licensed, and an up-and-coming fighter with the same reputational stake at hand. You will see that this actually tracks in their favor, and I hope that it'll be very, very obvious to this commission, and certainly will not warrant the kind of discipline that someone may be envisioning. I hate to say that this is a case that doesn't require this kind of investment of your resources, but that is the way it must proceed. But in the end, you will be convinced that there's no discipline necessary for this situation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bodegas.
Sir, your microphone, please.
Tab 17 in the commission notebook today is the entire written report and all the findings and conclusions from the investigation conducted by the Athletic Commission.
Mr. Fisco, do you have the entire packet? Okay. Do you have the packet? Thank you. Continue.
Yes, and I'll represent that I did give Mr. Fisco a copy of that prior to the hearing. I requested the entire investigation package be marked as California State Athletic Commission Exhibit 1 and received into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. So received.
Commissioner Walker, who would like to receive that, the actual copy?
We all have the packet
Okay.
of information. Just go ahead and hand it to me. Let me take a look at it quickly. Make sure it's the same. Thank you.
Does it contain the notice of appeal, a request for appeal by Mr. Mosquera and Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, it
The
does.
last 2 pages?
The last 2 pages. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition, may it please the commissioners, I have the actual gloves that were confiscated that night, and I'd request that they be marked as Exhibit 2, CSAC Exhibit 2, and received into evidence. And I'll represent that those gloves have been examined by counsel, and he's had an opportunity to look at them. Is that true?
That is true. I have had an opportunity to look at them. However, at this time, I'm going to reserve the potential for an objection on a chain of custody, depending on their presentation.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you. We'll call Lou Moretz as the first witness for.
Whichever is more comfortable for you, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Louis F. Moret, M-O-R-E-T.
Mr. Moret, how are you employed?
I'm retired.
And do you work for the Athletic Commission at all?
Yes, as a licensed referee and judge.
And how long have you been a licensed referee and judge for the Athletic Commission?
Going on 34 years.
And in that 34 years as a licensed referee and judge, how many bouts have you refereed?
Countless, averaging 2 a month, 12 months a year, plus over 150 World Championship fights.
What are your responsibilities as a referee?
Well, make sure that the fighters don't get hurt, aren't harmed.
All right, I'd like to draw your attention to the night of September 20th, 2013. It was an All-Star Promotions. Were you on duty as a ref that night?
Yes, I was.
What, if anything, happened unusual that evening?
Well, as the custom of all referees is once one fighter enters the ring, we go up, and the first thing that we do is go to the fighter after he has made his round of the ring or dancing or whatever he does, and check the gloves to make sure that the thumb is attached, that the taping is correct, and that the padding is firm and legal.
Okay. I'm going to represent to you that CSAC Exhibit 2 are the boxing gloves that you observed on the night in question. Now, there was a fight and there was something unusual about the gloves. Do you recall that?
Well, what happened that night is when I went to the corner and checked the gloves, immediately I felt there was something wrong. And I took the fighter with his gloves on to the chief inspector, Mark. And I said, I think there's something wrong with these gloves. He felt them and he says, yes, there is. And then we put the fighter in the neutral corner and he got new gloves and the rest happened.
Describe what you felt about those gloves that was unusual.
Well, the thumbs are attached, but the leather was very soft, and you could feel there was none at the front of the glove. There was very little, if any, padding.
Anything else?
You could feel I could feel the knuckles feel the padding of the taping of the knuckles.
Is there anything else about the gloves that was unusual? Where did that padding go? Do you know?
Well, I didn't know where it went at that point because they were on. What I dealt with was they seemed to be improper, and I acted. It's never happened. I mean, in all my years, and we're asking every referee, has this ever happened to you? It's never happened before. Nobody has ever found gloves that we found gloves that they should have been 10 ounces instead of 8, but never any gloves where something was missing in them, if you will.
With the missing padding in the front portion of the boxing gloves, were these gloves safe to use?
I didn't think so. I think it could have caused a lot of damage.
In your opinion, would they pass muster with you?
Well, they didn't that night, and it was concurred by the commission representative. Oh, I thought I had it right against my lips, Mondo. I'm sorry.
All right. So after you determined that the gloves had an issue, what happened then?
Well, as I said, I took him over to Mark and asked him. What we all try to do is be very careful that we don't accuse anybody of anything. And I assumed that the inspectors that inspected these gloves. So maybe I was wrong. So I took it over to him and said, I think there might be something wrong with these gloves, of which he then concurred, and then he did his job. The only thing I did after that was make sure that the fighter stood in the corner, and then he took over and did the rest.
Thank you, Referee Moret. I'm going to hand you CSAC Exhibit 2, which is one of the boxing gloves, and ask that you remove it from the plastic. Referee Moret, in looking at that glove, is that a similar type of glove that you refused to let participate on the evening of September 20th?
Yes, it is.
What is the issue with that glove? Exhibit 2.
Well, there's very little padding, if any, on the front end, is what I felt. And to me, but it was an issue at the time, this doesn't look like a brand new glove. It actually looks like it's been used before, but other than that, when I felt this, that's what prompted me to take it to the commission.
And for the record, when Referee Moretz is saying he felt that, he's feeling the tips of this glove. And we'll be giving these gloves so that you can verify this for yourself. Was there anything else about the glove that you felt when you did your first inspection of it in the ring?
No, because the thumbs were attached and the taping was there.
Okay, do you ever check the palms of the glove?
The palm, like in here?
Yes.
Well, you do it to make sure that the laces are covered.
Okay.
Up here.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Yes.
Much. Thank you. It's Dr. Moret, is it?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Moret, when the boxer arrives in the boxing ring, those gloves are taped, are they not?
Yes, they are.
And they're taped from their end up about how far?
Usually about 3-4 inches.
Would you hold the glove up and let the commissioner see approximately how much that entire lace area is covered with tape, correct?
Up until about here.
And not only, and were the gloves taped that evening?
Yes, they were.
And did the taping seem appropriate?
Yes, it did.
And isn't it a fact that the taping has to be signed off by commission representatives?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection as to whether or not those gloves were signed off?
No.
Do you check to see if there's a signature there?
No, because they usually do it on the taping of the hands is where there's a signature, not necessarily on the tape. The tape is waterproof. We use in California, and the red one, red corner uses red, and blue corner uses. We just want to make sure that we could see the ounces, if at all possible, and that it is not wrinkled or it is not folded in any way.
But the outside taping that goes around the laces, that has to be approved by commission representatives.
Well, it's my understanding that they're the ones that put it on.
Correct. Do you have any evidence or information that this boxer arrived in the ring in which you were refereeing without having gone through that inspection by the California Athletic Commission inspectors?
No.
And as far as you know, that taping and that glove was looked at prior to arriving to you?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who was doing the inspection that evening?
No, I didn't even, I never met him. He's a new inspector, I think, or a newer inspector.
So you weren't present in the area where the commission oversees the gloving and taping of the fighters?
We never are. The only time we go to the dressing rooms is to give the pre-fight instructions. And usually that's very early in the beginning. They're not even taped. So we try to get them right away as they walk in, before they're distracted with taping or anything else, and they could go through their whatever routine they have, sleeping, laying down, relaxing, listening to music. So we try to get in there at the beginning to get it over with and out of there. We check the mouthpiece at the most, and after that, the inspectors take over.
In fact, that evening, it wasn't a formal dressing room. It was just a designated area, correct? Because it was held in like a bar or a restaurant, something like that?
Yeah, it's a restaurant, banquet room.
And could you tell if the commission representatives were present in that area, since you could see into that area? Did you notice commission people there?
Yes.
Okay. Let's be sure, you just felt the end tip of the glove, correct?
No, the whole glove. No. Our routine is you feel the whole glove. I said what I felt that was, this has never happened. And I'm telling you that it was stunning to feel something that you think is routine, that you've done over and over and over. And Raul and everybody, any referee here can tell you, that when all of a sudden you touch something and it doesn't feel right, you just wake up and say, what is this? And so you squeeze it and squeeze the other one, and it didn't feel right. But I wasn't going to accuse anybody of anything, so I took it to the supervisor who concurred.
Correct. I want to just wrap
Mr.
this up.
Fisco, can you get to the point, because we're halfway through Mr. Udakis's presentation.
I'll do that, and thank
First part
you.
of the case.
Just to clarify, what you found, in your opinion, to be different was the tip of that glove.
The tip, and I felt that this part of it, even a little higher, was not as thick as I normally would find.
the lower knuckle area you found to be thin.
Yes.
The upper knuckle area, did you report the upper knuckle area as being
No,
different?
I reported that this gloves, in my opinion, weren't proper. That's all I reported.
Thank you. Because of
And-
the tip.
Doesn't matter what. I'm not an expert.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, you can call your next witness. Thank you.
Do you want to swear him? He's already been sworn in.
Yes, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Will you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Again, it's Mark Francis Relier. My last name spelled R-E-L-Y-E-A.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed by the state of California as a inspector for the California State Athletic Commission.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for 7 years.
In addition, what did you do before you became an athletic inspector?
I had 2 other forms of occupation. I'm currently an adjunct professor for Woodbury University, and I recently retired after a 30-year career with the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department at the rank of lieutenant.
And what did you do at the sheriff's office?
Over 30 years is very little, very few jobs that I didn't do.
Okay, was part of your responsibilities chain of custody, maintaining evidence?
Yes, it was. At 3 different stations, I was the Detective Bureau lieutenant, and that was part of my responsibilities.
I'm going to direct your attention to September 20th, 2013, during the All-Star Promotions fight, the second bout between Ricardo Rodriguez and Fernando Fuentes. What, if anything, unusual happened that night?
I was, as we were getting ready to start the fight, Lou Moretz called me over and said there's a problem with the gloves. I walked over, I looked at him myself, and the padding had been misplaced. The rule is 318, and we're not allowed to participate with a glove that has misplaced padding. I felt it. I pulled the fighter out of the ring. I requested he step out of the ring, return to the locker room. Instead, on the way back to the locker room, I found a place that was private, and I had him take the gloves off in my presence, along with Inspector Robert Judge. Rodrigo Mascara took the gloves off. He began to hand them to Robert Judge. I seized the gloves right away. I looked at them, and I instructed the promotion to find him another pair of gloves. He was quickly re-gloved, an appropriate pair of gloves, sent back out to compete in his competition.
Okay, what did you do with the gloves after that?
I took him back to the table, and in between scoring his fight, I held them on my lap for a few minutes, and I looked at them, and I just discovered that the gloves were just significantly altered. I took them, and I decided I was going to maintain a chain of custody on them. I locked them in my box at ringside.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at what we've marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize these gloves?
I recognize these gloves as the gloves that I seized and I packaged up in FedEx and mailed them to the executive officer. They look the same. I took several pictures before I did that, and I recognize my initials in the upper left-hand corner here.
Okay, after you confiscated the gloves, then did you perform any type of an investigation as to how this happened?
Yeah, immediately. Again, in between the fights, I summoned people up to the ring where I was sitting, and I asked questions. Right away, and he's here today, Gilbert Nueves. I called him up to the ring, and I asked him where the heck he's got these gloves and how many times have they been used. And he told me that these gloves were not brought by the promotion, that Rodrigo Mascara provided the gloves from home. And I asked him who gave him permission to do that. He says, well, you did, I thought. And he said that the promoters gave him permission, and he ripped off a list of names of people that gave him permission. Very unusual, because the practice is for gloves. The State Athletic Commission is responsible to inspect those gloves. The promotion selects the gloves, provides the gloves, and basically is responsible for providing the gloves. A matter like that, as far as the gloves, would be a matter of the promotion. However, they're not used until we inspect the gloves.
Who inspected these gloves?
Well, I did that investigation, and I learned that on this particular night, I only had 4 inspectors in the back of the room, and it was Inspector Chris Crail that was assigned to inspect the gloves. So I talked to him because I wanted to find out what happened.
What is the correct method of inspecting the gloves before they're used?
Okay. If it's okay, can I demonstrate our principles and practices the way we're supposed to inspect the glove?
Yes.
Thank
Proceed.
you. I have another similar glove here, and you know, I guess I have to use the microphone. But when gloves are given to us, our job is to look at them. We have the weight of the fighter, we check, and we make sure that the weight on the glove is the correct weight. A lot of times there can be mistakes made. So we look, it's the correct weight, and then we have to check this glove. Make sure the padding is intact and the glove is serviceable. A lot of time new gloves are used, but a lot of the promotions will use old gloves over and over, so we have to look at them. What is required? It's required for us to put our hand in this glove. The best practice is to put your hand in the glove just before the fighter puts it on. You're taking your fingers and you're feeling basically for tears in the stuffing, or you're feeling for something unusual, and make sure that the glove's intact. Once you're satisfied with it, the inspector goes ahead and sets the gloves down until in some place where they're left alone and not manipulated until the chief second or who's ever going to dress the fighter puts the glove on the fighter. The fighter will, again, before the fighter puts the glove on, the inspector's hands is supposed to go into that glove.
What did Inspector Crail do on this instance?
He was very embarrassed. He apologized, and he told us that, you know, they were short. An inspector by the name of Valerie Douglas, who was helping him with 7 fighters, couldn't get there on time, and she wasn't there, and he was moving around a little bit. He didn't do that inspection. What he did was he was handed these gloves, and they were in what appeared to him to be packaging. And he got a false sense of security because the gloves were in packaging, and when he looked at them, in packaging like this, it's very difficult to determine that they pretty much have misplaced padding. And he said he looked at the thumbs, and then later, when the fighter was dressed in it, he inspected the laces to make sure the laces weren't up on the padding of the glove, but he never actually ran his hands completely around the padding, and he never actually put his hand into these padding. He gave them to Rodrigo Mosquera, who dressed his fighter in the gloves sometime later.
And did Inspector Crail tell you how Mr. Mosquera held the gloves as he taped them?
Inspector Crail, again, was very apologetic, and he was angry. He felt like he was duped. And he said, in retrospect, now, he says he thought it was very suspicious that the entire time when he watched the fighter put his hand in the glove straight down, and then Rodrigo Mosquera held the glove like this as he put the tape on it. At times when he was putting the glove on, he would have it in his chest like this, or being held like this, making it very difficult for him to realize that there's a problem with these gloves. Looking at this glove, it's undetectable. There's nobody here that can see there's something wrong with this glove. It takes a proper inspection. Fortunately for us, Lou Moretz did that. He had the glove turned upside down, and he felt the padding and said, "What is this? No padding in this glove," and called me over.
And what else did you do to follow up on your investigation?
Well, at that point, when I found out that Rodrigo Mosquera, who's a very, very tenured in boxing, he's been around. He knows as much about boxing as his reputation is pretty much any trainer. I called him and I asked him, "How old are these gloves and where did you get them?" He told me that he had actually just provided them. He gave me a name, and I wrote it down because I don't hear really well. He said Casa Prietos. And I said, okay, House of Prieto, Casa Prietos. And I wrote it down. I asked him what time he purchased them. He said about 2 o'clock. I asked him, how could you not realize that there's something wrong with these gloves when you put them on a fighter? A chief second or a trainer has an integral relationship with a glove. They don't just pick it up and put it on blind. Every person that handles a glove in a locker room watch. They look at the laces, and when some of you have walked through a locker room, you feel the pads. People do that instinctively. It's not an accident that it goes on the hand. I asked them, how could you miss this? There's no padding, and there's a 2-inch lump of padding in the passageway where he had to put his hand on it. He didn't really have a good explanation for that. He told me these gloves were in the packaging when I brought it in. And I said, okay, thank you. He was very helpful. I said, Rodrigo, I want to look into this. Go get me the packaging. I was hoping to get the packaging. If it had a barcode, I could trace it back and try to get a history on the glove of where it came from. He cooperated. He brought me back a packaging from Reyes, which I collected because I wanted to try to figure out the history of what happened to this glove. From that point, I tried to collect the other members that are here today, but by that time, the fighter, Mr. Rodriguez, had already fought his fight, prevailed, and I couldn't locate him. I did locate one of the corner people by the name of Mike Rodriguez. Am I at time? Should I talk fast?
1 minute.
Oh, my goodness. Anyhow, Mike Rodriguez says that Mr. Mascara is a good man. He says, I don't think this man would cheat with a glove. And I said, did you see these gloves? Did you feel these gloves? And Mike Rodriguez is a homicide detective, sergeant for the sheriff department. I've known him for years. He's worked for me. And he says, you know, I watched the taping. The gloves are in the package, though. I don't think Mr. Mascara did anything to those gloves. I said, thank you, and I reported his statement. With that, I wanted to find a promotion right away. I asked the two promoters, Pete Veronica and Ed Holmes, hey, did you give them permission to bring the gloves in? And they said no. I began to get concerned. I realized, I called the executive officer, told him, hey, I better investigate this.
Thank you.
Very limited cross.
Mr. Rayla,
for the sake of time, just get to the point, and you can call for a narrative instead of posing various questions, numerous questions. It's just not efficient. So just get to the point with your questioning.
by packaging, do you mean the packaging was typical of gloves, new gloves that were purchased?
Thank you. It was very typical. It looked to be the proper packaging for the gloves. My question is, was it sealed or resealed? And but it did look to be the proper packaging.
And you actually confirmed that fact with the vendor at the store, correct?
Exactly. What I did was I instructed Raul Oseguera, who's a very good investigator who speaks Spanish, to do some interviews to try to determine where these gloves were purchased, and the vendor said it looked like the packaging that these gloves came into.
So he confirmed everything about the newness of the gloves.
I can't say confirmed. I said it looks, the people that sold it said it looked similar.
And when you wrote up the report, which is Exhibit 17 in the Commission's packet, correct?
Yes, I did. I wrote the summary. And
in fact, the report written for Gilbert Nieves. Do you recall the report saying that pretty clearly he said you gave permission to use the gloves?
Absolutely, I saw that.
Okay. And you also said Mr. Crail gave over authorization of the locker room area to another person?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, you lost me.
In your testimony, you said that Mr. Crail departed and left and gave over to...
And I'll explain that real quick how it works. Is the inspectors work fluid when they're short, and they'll exchange. One inspector will stay in the locker room, and the other inspector will take a fighter out.
What
Mr.
was
Crail
the name?
took the first fighter out. Robert Judge was the one of the inspectors left in the locker room, along with Rudy Barragan and along with Joe Borelli.
1 minute.
Isn't it true that Robert Judge, according even to your report, inspected the gloves?
That's not true, and that's not what my report says, until he got into the ring. He inspected the gloves at the ring, and when they were turned upside down, he realized there was a problem with the padding. He was told by Joe Borelli, go walk that fighter out. He went and he walked the fighter out. He should have done a complete inspection, but he didn't. But he was a volunteer. He was learning.
Okay. Volunteer or not, Robert Judge was in the staging area, correct?
Correct.
Do you know?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fiscal, it's your turn. Go.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, I have packets, and I've provided the prosecution, let's call it, with a copy, and I'd like to provide each commissioner with a copy as well. It'll be the evidence that we will introduce, and it is in order, and I'll mark it as we go through. Don't change the pages. I hope there's enough. And I will call Mr.
Just go ahead and let's mark them now.
Okay.
Now, the photographs, will they be one exhibit? Will the four...
Whatever your pleasure, Commissioner. We can mark them as D1A, D1B, or whichever you prefer.
Let's just mark the entire packet as D1.
The entire packet?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay. The entire packet as D1. As I show the pictures to the commission, perhaps we may need further clarification. D1A, for example.
In the interest of time, because you do only have 20 minutes,
okay.
As your witness testifies and the testimony relates to either one of the photographs or something within your exhibit, then we can deal with that at that time.
Okay. To that end, then let me call Gloria Mosquera first. You sit back and let her sit here. Please state your name.
Gloria Mosquera.
And what is your relationship?
Let me swear her in.
Oh.
Okay.
Gloria.
Go ahead and stand, please. Ms. Mosquera, do solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you so much. Proceed.
What, Mrs. Mosquera, what is your relationship to Rodrigo Mosquera?
His wife.
And the date in question is September 20th, 2013. Were you present before, during, and after Mr. Rodriguez's fight?
Yes, I'm part of the corner as well.
You're part of his corner?
Yes.
Were you? Here, let me give it to you and you talk. Did you? I'm going to show you some pictures. I have 5 pictures in D1's packet. Do you recognize these pictures?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize these pictures?
I was taking the pictures all night.
So they were taken by you with your camera?
That's correct.
And you had them processed by pictures taken that night at the fight?
Yes, for memorabilia first.
Okay. Would you please tell the commission, looking at the first picture, which the first picture depicts the fighter being wrapped by Mr. Mosquera and a gentleman giving a thumbs up. Mrs. Mosquera, do you recognize who the gentleman doing the thumbs up is?
I've seen him in several fights, but I don't know his name, the gentleman by his first name.
And do you know who he works for or on behalf of?
He's part of the commission, the inspectors.
And is this Mr. Rodriguez getting wrapped before the fight?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to picture number 2, which depicts the glove on being put on the fighter. Did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
And you recognize your husband, obviously?
Yes.
Was this taken on the night of the fight?
Yes, it was.
Is that Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, it is.
Who is the other gentleman in the red T-shirt?
That is Ruben Gomez.
Is he another corner man?
Yes, he's a friend of ours as well.
And the gentleman in the white shirt and the blue striped tie, do you know who that is?
It's one of the commissions that were with us all night.
Okay, so that is a commission representative watching the gloves being put on.
Yes, that's correct.
The third picture showing the gloves being put on the boxer, did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same commission representative in the white shirt and blue tie?
Yes, it is.
The fourth picture showing the boxer and the manager walking what appears to be in a dining area. Did you take that picture?
Yes, I did.
And is this the same commission representative now wearing a jacket?
Yes, it is.
And is that the staging area before the fight?
No, that's actually walking out of the dressing room behind the bandana, the flag. That's where the staging area is.
And were you present the entire night?
Yes, I was.
Was there always commission representatives present in that staging area?
All the time.
And did they look at the gloves?
Yes, they did.
The last picture shows a more... The last picture shows a more distant photo of that same walking area. Did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
And is that the fighter, your husband, and that same commission representative?
Yes, I did.
Would you please, as quickly as possible and very briefly, please tell us what happened from start to finish to the best of your knowledge?
As the day of the weigh-ins, my husband and I have been in several big, fights and as trainers. At the weigh-ins, it was a little funny. We made a joke about what kind of gloves were going to be used, and my husband asked, as I know him as Candyman, what kind of gloves, and he said, I believe it was ringside, and we made a joke about it, and my husband said, well, can I bring my own gloves? And he was kind of making fun of the gloves, and he said, yeah, if it's allowed by the inspector, which is Mr. Mark Rea, and it was yelled out very loud. Everybody was in presence, and he said as long as it's okay with the promoter, it was okay. We then left, and I was at the weigh-ins. The next day, I was persistent. I was the one that was saying, let's buy him the gloves. He's our fighter. It's his first fight in the United States. I said, I will buy the gloves. So we went and bought the gloves. I purchased the gloves. I had them with me the whole time. We were running late to the event. We had car trouble. We were with our fighter. Didn't tell him about the gloves. It was a surprise. Right when we walked into the venue, I had him in a little yellow water bucket where we carry all of our stuff, towels and stuff. And I handed the gloves to my husband so the fighter could see it was a surprise. There, my husband handed the gloves to another inspector, which I don't recall which one it was because I right away pulled out the camera. Miss Paparazzi there, so I started taking snapshots and setting his stuff down. And as my husband wrapped, there was the commissioners, the officers. They were taking pictures with us. They were talking to us, telling us how great it is to work with us. And we mitted, and then one of the gentlemen with the tie had left, had another officer or two there. We mitted in the dressing room, then we mitted on top where we were going to walk out because there was a little delay. I don't recall what it was about. Also, the other officer came back and he said, "Are you ready to go?" We said yes, and he pumped our fighter's gloves like, "Let's go, let's do this." We got on the ring. There was a problem. Dr. Lumeret, when we came out, they stopped us in the hall, and I proceeded to pull off the gloves of our fighter to hurry up and get to the ring because I didn't know what was going on. So then Ray took the gloves. We went back in the ring, and for the record, I'm sorry, but Mr. Moret called me a shitty person. Sorry, excuse me, but that's what was said to me. So then I said, there's something wrong, what's going on? And that was it.
Cross.
afternoon, Mr. Mascara.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it true that you and Mr. Mascara purchased those gloves together?
Yes, he was with me.
And how much did you pay for those gloves?
I paid, I believe, $120. They were a little more expensive, but they gave us a deal.
Who gave you the deal?
I believe it was the manager, the owner. I don't know their position there, but it was a very nice gentleman, very nice.
Why did he give you a discount?
Because we said we were on our way to a pro fight, and he asked us, do they have gloves there? I said, yeah, Ed Holmes had gave us permission.
And what time did you purchase those gloves from Prietos?
I believe it was 2:30ish, 3 o'clock. I'm not 100% sure on the time.
Do you remember what you told the inspector who asked you what time you purchased those gloves?
Yes, I told him that I was very iffy about the time because I didn't realize the big detail about it. So he's asked me a lot of questions.
From the time you purchased those gloves, did you or Mr. Mascara ever take them out of the packaging?
Never, never.
The first time you opened them then was at the fight?
I did not open them. The inspector opened them.
From the plastic?
Yes.
Was Mr. Mascara present when the inspector opened the plastic?
Yes, he was. He handed them to them.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
I'll call Mr. Mascara now. Please state your name.
My name is Rodrigo Mosquera Sr.
How long have you been licensed by the California State Athletic Commission?
I've been licensed with the California State Athletic Commission for about 15 years.
Have you had any blemishes on your record other than this situation?
No, as you can see, this is my first time here. I never had nothing with the California State Athletic Commission.
Because of the time constraint, would you please, as factually high as possible, just explain from start to finish what happened and your cooperation with the investigation and anything else related to the fight?
Sure. Well, I spoke to Mark. I know Mark for many, many years. We talked, and he told me about the gloves. He asked me for a wrapper for the gloves. Where was the wrapper? It was already in the trash can. I went to the back. I pulled it out, brought it to Ray, and then that was it. But in the beginning, the day of the weigh-ins, that was September 19th. As we were in the weigh-ins, Mark was busy. I think it was Joe on the other table, and they were real busy doing more licenses. And I asked, how do you call it, Candyman? Hey, Candyman, is it all right if I buy a pair of gloves for my fighter? That was his first fight in the United States. His other 8 fights were in Mexico. So he said that he didn't have the authority to do that. He had to ask Mark first. So I said, okay. He went and asked Mark, and I followed behind him. When he gave me the okay, when he said yes, then that was the day of the weigh-ins. That's the day of the 19th. So they said, okay. So then I stopped the very next day. That's the day of the 20th. My wife wanted to surprise my boxer with a pair of gloves. So we bought at Casa Prieto a brand new pair of 8-ounce gloves of Reyes. Sealed in the pack. That was it. That's the only reason why I bought those pair of gloves. I've been working many fights, 10 and 12 round fighters, and these guys are, economically, it's a lot of money. This was a 4-round fight that I will never, ever, it didn't even go through my head to do something wrong. And I'm sorry we're here for this and that this happened, but there's one thing that I can tell you guys that, you know what, I'm innocent. 100% innocent.
Let me ask you, so you purchased the gloves and they were in their original package?
Yes, sir.
Did you at any time prior to going into the staging area access or open that packaging?
No, sir.
When you got to the staging area, was there, from the time you went to the ring, was there always a commission member present in that area?
Yes, sir, there were several.
And did they watch not only the taping of the hands, but the use of the gloves?
Yes, sir.
And did they have to tape the gloves, the laces after the hands were taped?
Yes, sir. In every fight, the inspectors, they put the tape on.
And did they put the tape on here?
Yes, they put one of them was putting the tape on, but then another one came and took it off. He said it wasn't correct, and he put it.
Okay. You heard testimony that there was some allegation that you were trying to hide some part of the glove by holding it to your chest. Isn't it true that you try to hold the boxer's arm as steady as possible when that is being taped?
Yes, sir. Well, when I tape many fighters, so what happens is when I stretch his arm out to tie his glove, I make sure that when I pull the laces, that it doesn't stop his circulation. That's the reason why his glove was like this, as you can see. And I ask him, is it too tight or not? And he answers me, and he said no, so I kept tying it.
And was Ruben Gomez present also holding the boxer's hand while the commission was taping it?
Yes, as you can see in the picture, Ruben Gomez is holding his elbow up so I could get steady, so I can tie it up.
Showing the commission the picture, and the gentleman, let me show you this picture. The gentleman to the right, partially obscured, is that Ruben Gomez?
Yes, sir.
And let me show you this picture with the thumbs up gentleman. Do you recognize that gentleman?
I recognize him, but by his name, I don't know him. I've seen him around in the boxing fights.
What was he doing there that night?
He was inspecting us, and then he said it was an honor working with us because we work real professional.
Okay, nothing further.
May I approach Mr. Mosquera?
Yes, Russ, please.
Mr. Mosquera, you're an experienced trainer, experienced manager. How many fights do you think you've tenured in your 15 years as a manager and a second?
I've worked over 100, 150 fights.
Is it your custom and practice to feel the gloves to make sure that they're appropriate before you put them on your fighters?
Yes, sir.
And public safety requires that you be diligent in making sure the honesty and integrity of fighting is maintained. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you the gloves that have been marked as Exhibit 2. These are the subject gloves that were removed from Mr. Rodriguez on September 20th. Do you see those gloves?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those gloves?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at those gloves and tell me if you feel that those gloves would be appropriate to strap onto a fighter today? I noticed that you're trying to put the gloves on.
No?
No, you can, please. Are they tight going on your hand?
He's not a 108-pound boxer.
No, I tried to fit it on because you asked me see if they're proper. They're proper. They're real tight to go in. It's an 8-ounce Reyes gloves.
Do you feel a lump on the rear of the thumb areas of those gloves?
The thumb?
The lace area?
In the thumb, yes, sir. You know what? I feel it tight right here.
And can you feel the tips of those gloves? Do they feel like proper padding on the tips of those gloves?
No, this padding right here, it feels low.
Would you put those gloves on a fighter?
Well, we were late. Dr. Lumera said I could have got disqualified. What we did is try to get in as quick as we can to the ring, and that was my job. I tried to get him in and perform and do his thing. And I put him on him and just started mitting him, try to get him into the ring as quick as possible.
Would you use those gloves today?
No, I won't.
Why not?
Because I don't like how they feel.
Any other reason?
Yes, of course. The protection of, if there is no cushion on an athlete, I don't know if you, I know you've been around a lot of athletes. What happens is, if there is no cushion on a glove, what happens is your athlete's hands break. On a small 8-ounce glove, how you can't jeopardize the career of your athlete with a glove it's not proper.
If you are familiar with the term skinny and glove?
In the past, but you can't do that. You can't pass this line here. I know skinny.
Just I have one more question for you.
Sure. Was
your manager's license suspended as a result of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And have you been participating in fights at ringside despite that suspension?
Yes, sir.
And how are you able to do that?
Okay, what happens is, I worked the fight for Golden Boy Promotions. I spoke to Andy Foster. What happens is he sent me a letter to my address, which was the wrong address. I never received the letter. So what happens is, I go to a Golden Boy show fight in Fantasy Springs Casino. I go normally to go put my athlete, Francisco Vargas. I know you guys heard of him, but I get there, and the inspector tells me, "Hey, Mosquera, you're temporarily suspended." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Yeah, you didn't answer to a letter." So right away I called Andy Foster. I told Andy, "What's going on?" I go, "You got my unit number in my home?" And he gave me the address, but he didn't have the unit number. So then they asked me that I had to get renew my chief seconds license. Okay, I renewed my chief seconds license. That's how I work Fantasy Springs. But if I would have known that I couldn't work my chief second, I would have never worked it.
Thank you.
May I ask a redirect real quick of Mr. Mosquera, or shall I move on?
I'd recommend that you move on because you have approximately 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes.
Okay. Let me call Ruben Gomez.
Mr. Gomez, are you fluent in English?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. State your name, full name, and spell your last, please, for the record.
Gomez, Gomez,
Thank you. Mr. Gomez, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Have a seat.
Mr. Gomez, what was your job the evening of the fight?
I was to work as a cornerman for that particular fight.
Were you present in the staging area at all times preparing Mr. Rodriguez for the fight?
Actually, I was present before. We traveled to the show together, different cars, but I was right behind him. We parked next to each other, and we were together the whole night.
You've heard testimony about the gloves being newly purchased and in packaging. Based on your personal knowledge, is that the way the gloves appeared to you?
Yes, they were in a sealed package.
You also heard testimony about commission representatives being present at all times for the taping and the gloving of the boxer. Is that correct?
Absolutely, at all times.
And did you help in the gloving procedure?
I actually had Mr. Rodriguez's arm. It is extended in a 90-degree to his body angle, and just held the arm up so he won't get tired.
Were you or Mr. Mosquera trying to hide anything about the glove?
Well, you're not inserting a pacemaker. You want to make sure that those gloves go on firm.
All right, let me ask you again. Answer my question. Were you or Mr. Mosquera trying to hide anything from the commission representative about the glove?
No, sir.
Who else was present in that area?
To be honest with you, I was just focusing on our fighter, doing our job with the fighter, but there were several other fighters sharing the same dressing room.
Do you have any indication of Mr. Mosquera or Mr. Rodriguez tampering with these gloves?
Not at all, sir. Those remain in the general vicinity with the presence of inspectors at all time.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
One last, Gilbert Nieves.
And state your full name for the record and spell your last.
Gilbert Nieves, Sr.
And how do you
Man boxing out of Whittier.
spell your last name, please?
Nieves.
Thank you, Mr. Nieves. Mr. Nieves, do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat.
Mr. Nieves, what was your job at the weigh-in and the fight?
I issue out the gloves for pretty much the local fights here in town. All-Star, sometimes Roy Engelberg, various promoters that need gloves, I provide them.
Okay, you heard, and I apologize for cutting you short. You heard testimony from Mr. Mosquera about how he gained permission to use those gloves. Is that accurate, or do you want to change that in any way?
Well, there's I mean, if you guys have the statement, everything that I have said is on the report. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Did you get permission from Mr. Rayla?
Yes, I had talked to him. We've had this in the past that some promoters will bring their own gloves because they're sponsors, they buy their equipment, but I don't have that authority to say, yes, you can use the gloves. If somebody, whether it's Mosquera or any other trainer, comes and say, oh, hey, I already talked to the commissioner, they said that I could use them. I'm not going by their word. I have to hear from the commissioner himself to give me the okay, and that's the only way they can use their gloves. If I go personally to the commission and they say, yeah, Candyman, go ahead, you're good to go.
And you were present the night of the fight as well. So you were present at the weigh-in and the fight.
Yes, sir.
And were you in that area where the fighter was?
Yeah, but they were more in an area over there because when I issue gloves, I have to keep an eye on them because I got over 100 pairs of gloves and we got people with shady hands. So, you know, I protect my equipment, and so my son helps me out in giving gloves to the fighters.
In other words, gloves grow legs and they disappear. Okay, but is it customary to see commission representatives in the staging area?
Yes, sir. I work with pretty much all these commissioners. I have a good reputation with these guys, and they're pretty much present with what I do because I also wrap hands. I'm a trainer, and I do the gloves.
How long have you known Rodrigo Mosquera?
Probably about 8 years, 9 years. Because I was out of the business for a while, and then since I retired now, I got back into the business, and so I stay pretty busy.
And would you recommend him for his ethical conduct?
Would I recommend him to, like, say if somebody wanted to? Yes, I would, because he works with a lot of kids, a lot of children. He's got professional fighters that he's taken to the top. But the impressive thing with Mosquera is that he deals a lot with kids.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you. Did you ask the promoter, Mr. Holmes, whether or not Mr. Mosquera could bring his own gloves for his fighter?
I don't recall asking him because he's not the commission. He doesn't, you know, I mean, now if he brings his pair, say he brings gloves for all the fights, then I'll go to Mark or whoever's in charge. I'll say, hey, Ed brought all these gloves. He wants to know if we can use them. And if the commissioner says yes, then it's a go. But if for Ed to say, no, go ahead, use them. No, I won't do that. I won't allow it. Because put it this way, my butt's on the line.
Did you ask Mr. Relier whether or not Mr. Mosquera could bring his personal Cleto Reyes gloves into?
Well, like I said, it's in the report, but I'm going to give it to you briefly. What happened the day of the weigh-in, you know, there was only 2 inspectors. It was Mark and the other gentleman by the name of Joe. I know him, but I don't know him as well as I do Mark. And Mark, when he's busy, I mean, he's busy. You know, especially when you only got 2 people and you got 30 fighters and coaches in there. I mean, you're trying to jingle things around. And so I try to stay out of his way. But I did go ask him, Mark, if it was okay to use, Mosquera wants to use his gloves. And he said that, he goes, as long as there's the same ounces for the same weight. So anything 147 below, you use 8 ounces. Anything above that, you go to 10 ounces. So I said, okay, thanks, Mark, because I don't, like I said, I don't have the authority to say, yeah, you can use your gloves, just because he told me that it was okay. It's just like asking Jesus Christ, can I pray? You got to ask the man. So that's the way I work.
One last question. When you asked Mr. Relier whether or not Mr. Mosquera could use his own glasses, who was present?
What glasses?
I mean, sorry. I was looking at your glasses. The gloves.
You like them, huh? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Who was present when you asked Mr. Relier if Mr. Mosquera could use
Joe, but he was doing paperwork over here. Mark's doing licenses and doing contracts and stuff. So he may have, you know, might have slipped him. You know, I mean, we get to a certain age where we forget things. I do anyway. But I'm not saying that about you, Mark. But the only one that was present was Joe. But he Didn't seem like he was really paying too much attention to that.
Okay, we've run over a couple minutes. Do you want to ask one final question? And please, do you intend on providing any rebuttal?
Minimal.
Minimal? Do you have any objection?
No.
Go ahead. Make it very brief.
Mr. Rodriguez, you were the fighter in question on September 20th?
Rodríguez, ¿usted fue el peleador en cuestión el septiembre, 20 de septiembre?
Sí, yo fui.
Yes, I was.
Did you at any time try to change, change the padding in the glove before entering the ring?
¿Tuvo en algún tiempo antes de entrar al cuadrilátero cambiaron algo de los guantes?
No, no.
Did you receive any instruction from Mr. Mosquera or Mrs. Mosquera to hold the glove while they changed the padding in the glove?
¿Recibiste alguna instrucción del señor Mosqueda o la señora de tener el guante por mientras que ellos hacían cambios en los guantes?
No.
Did you see anybody else try to change that glove in any way by moving it, cutting it, removing it, changing it, anything like that?
¿Usted vio alguna persona cambiar el guante, romperlo y cambiar la esponja o de alguna manera?
No vi nada. No.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. Could you please handle Exhibit 2, which are the Cleto Reyes boxing gloves? Could you please...
Puedes tentar esos guantes, puedes agarrarlos, te va a preguntar cosas sobre eso.
Could you try putting those gloves on?
¿Te los puedes poner, por favor? You didn't say please, but I
Mr. Rodriguez, do you notice anything lumpy in the palm of that glove or anywhere?
¿Alguna bola dentro del guante? ¿Sientes algo extraño, alguna bola por dentro?
No, pues lo siento, no lo siento tan... No lo siento.
No sientes ninguna bola ahorita.
No,
adentro.
no.
He doesn't feel anything inside or any lump or anything. It might be because he has it on, that you don't feel it.
Can you look at the tip of that glove and tell me if you feel anything unusual about the tip of that Cleto Reyes glove?
Puedes verlo enfrente del guante a ver si sientes algo distinto, algo diferente.
Sí, se siente.
¿Se siente qué?
Pues aquí que tiene poco...
Se siente blandito.
Ajá.
It feels a little with less padding in the front.
Do you often use Cleto Reyes gloves in your fights?
¿Usas guantes Cleto Reyes durante tus peleas?
En México, esta es mi primer pelea aquí. En México, pues, es normalmente que usamos Cleto Reyes.
In Mexico, we normally use Cleto Reyes gloves, yes.
Do you notice anything unusual about the tips of these Cleto Reyes gloves?
¿Sientes algo diferente del frente del guante?
Pues tiene poquito.
It's a little soft in the tip.
Knowing what you know, would you use these gloves today in a fight?
Sabiendo lo que sabes, ¿usar esos guantes en una pelea hoy?
Pues no.
No.
Why not?
¿Por qué no?
Pues yo solo me pongo el guante. Yo estaba enfocado en lo que yo tengo que hacer. Si mi entrenador me dice, basta, ponte estos guantes, pues yo le voy a hacer caso. Yo no me pongo a revisar los guantes ni nada. No solo me pongo el guante, ok, póntelo. Él lo revisa y todo. La persona que lo tiene que revisar. Yeah.
I'm focused on the fight. I don't feel the gloves per se. Normally, the fighter will say, these are the gloves. He puts them on me. He bandages me. I don't particularly look at the gloves. There's inspectors that are looking at them, and so I just put them on, and I'm focused on my fight. I'm concentrating on what I'm going to do in the ring per se.
Mr. Rodriguez, have you ever seen a set of Cleto Reyes gloves with padding missing like that in the fingertips?
¿En tu experiencia has visto guantes así que les falte colchón ahí enfrente como estos?
tengo 9 peleas, las 8 anteriores, en realidad, yo te digo, no me pongo a ver el guante, no me pongo a ver, sino yo solo enfocado en lo que estoy y a lo que voy a hacer. Ya te quitan los guantes, en México te quitan los guantes y se van, no sé, no te los vuelves a ver.
I've fought 9 times. Again, I'm not focused on the gloves. In Mexico, as soon as the fight's over, they take the gloves off and they take them and put them away. So I've never really focused on them, to be frank with you.
Do you agree with the referee Moret disqualifying those gloves?
¿Tú estás de acuerdo que el señor Moret descalificó estos guantes?
Pues, porque, sí.
Sí.
Yes. Do you think if your opponent had those gloves on, he would have an unfair advantage over you?
¿Tú crees que si tu oponente tuviera estos guantes, tuviera una ventaja contra ti, usando esos guantes?
Pues, yo no sé.
I don't know.
Could those gloves cause injury if your knuckles are exposed with less padding?
¿Estos guantes podían causarte lastimadura aquí? Si están usándolos así.
Pues, si tú los pones, realmente aquí no se siente o sea, tiene buen colchón. Aquí, right here, aquí, you touch me.
He says if you put them on and you touch them here, they feel fine. In other words, so what if or not so what, but it's not here that you hit a fighter with, it's this. And right now he feels it and he says it feels normal.
Intenta con el otro guante.
Check this glove with the other one, it's the same thing.
I'm handing Mr. Rodriguez a
¿Te va a dar el guante?
approved set of Cleto Reyes gloves.
A ver.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you want to make a comparison?
¿Te lo quieres poner?
And Mr. Ledeckis, after this, one final question.
Yeah, he says they feel the same, and if you guys put them on, they're going to feel pretty much the same, folks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could we call one rebuttal witness?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Mr. Relia, you were present in the courtroom when you heard the testimony. Is there anything you'd like to clarify?
Yeah, please read the report that's has witness statements. The Mascara asked me if he could use Reyes gloves. I told him it's up to the promoter. Again, our practice is promoter selects the gloves, or they're selecting a contract or one of the government bodies. We inspect them, and I told him that both myself and Joe Borelli told him that Reyes gloves were fine if the promoter gave him permission. I don't remember any conversation with Ms. Nueves about that, but in his report he said that we were alone when we spoke, and now I'm hearing testimony that there's a big crowd there. I don't remember at all, but it definitely contradicts the investigations and what was said to investigators early. Thank you.
May I have a question? Yeah. When you conducted these interviews, you memorialized everything by putting it down in your report, correct?
No, I memorialized the significant events as best as I could put them down in the report. Definitely not everything.
All right. Did you memorialize your conversation with Mr. Nieves?
There's a couple of different. Seguera did it, and I did it, the first conversation that night.
Okay, let's refer you to page 2 of the report by Mr. Seguera. Did you read that before testifying here today?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Did you contact Mr. Oseguera to say you need to edit his report in any way?
I didn't do that.
Would you please read the last paragraph on page 2, beginning with after the event? And would you read it out loud?
Maybe I'm not finding which paragraph.
Here you go.
I got page 2 here.
Here you go.
After the event, I told that Mark wanted to speak with me. I met him at ringside, and he asked me if I gave Mascara permission to use the gloves. I reminded Mark that he gave me approval a day before at the weigh-in. Mark then snapped at me saying, "I never said that. Why would I say something like that?" I was very surprised at his response, and I told him, "Okay," and I left it at that. Sir, this is an interview by
Hold on,
Raul Asagara with
Right.
him. I
Right.
wasn't there.
I understand that. Who is doing the narrative? That's Mr. Nieves, correct?
As he told Raul Asagara.
Correct. And you just testified you read these reports before appearing here today, correct?
Yes.
And have you offered any change prior to what you're trying to testify to today?
I haven't
Yes or
cha-
no?
I haven't changed a thing.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay.
Except if I could, I would like to hand the Exhibit 2, the gloves,
Absolutely.
to the commissioners and let them
Please.
see for themselves.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fisco, do you have any rebuttal? Or are you going to waive it?
No, I'll have some rebuttal here to go through the defense packet, and if you want to move into argument, maybe I can consolidate the two things. I'll wait till the commission's completed looking at the gloves. Very well. Commissioners and Mr. Chairman, you'll notice there are various letters of reference in the defense packet. The first one in the packet is a letter from Mike Rodriguez. And you'll notice when you have an opportunity to review this material, Mr. Rodriguez is not only a cutman and trainer who was present that evening, but he's a 26-year homicide sheriff's department detective or officer. He was present that evening. He attests to Mr. Mosquera's reputation, and I'd ask that you review that. Next is a letter from a William Rodriguez to the same effect as to Mr. Mosquera's reputation. Thirdly is a letter from Freddie Roach, once again standing behind Mr. Mosquera's integrity. After that is a letter from Eddie Claudio, who is a professional referee, standing behind Mr. Mosquera as well. We have a letter from Brad Goodman, a matchmaker, very familiar with Mr. Mosquera and standing behind his reputation. And finally, a letter from Lee Espinoza, also standing behind Mr. Mosquera. My rebuttal is in the form of argument, so if the commission wishes, I can segue into that, or...
You intend to give a closing? Yes. Okay. And do you have any objection to D1 being accepted into evidence?
No objection.
Okay, so accepted. We'll move to closing then.
Very
Is that
well.
fine? Go ahead, Mr. Dacus.
May it please the commissioners. By Mr. Mosquera and Mr. Rodriguez's own admission, they purchased those gloves. They maintained sole custody and control of those gloves. They placed those gloves on their fighter that evening. I asked Mr. Mosquera and both Mr. Rodriguez, I gave them the opportunity, would they use those gloves again? And I think they said no, but they did on September 20th, 2013. And they exposed the public, at least that other fighter, to a significant risk of harm had his bare knuckles been exposed and hit the opponent. And so Everybody in this room is always and is mandated to maintain public safety. The public health and safety is the most important thing that we do here. And as honesty and integrity in fighting the profession is the most important thing we can do. It's not just your responsibility to ensure that, it's every fighter. It's every second. It's every person involved in fighting should maintain that integrity and be honest at every stage. And if someone drops the ball either through intentional acts or negligence, we all should pick up that slack. And fortunately for us, Lou Moret was there. He was the final person to catch that, and he did. And I say and submit to you that he saved that other boxer from a significant injury. And this is the type of thing that everyone should be responsible for, and especially the fighters, second, and manager. He should know better. He's a tenured manager. He's been in the business, and he's told you by his own words, thousands of fights. That should not have gotten by him, but it did. And fortunately for us, Lou Moret caught it. It's no excuse. Everybody may have let down their guard on this, but we have the opportunity to make it right and make a statement that this type of dishonesty in the sport or negligence in the sport shouldn't be sanctioned. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, that was a very telling statement there, attempting to link this kind of conduct to dishonesty. There's not one shred of evidence coming out of the Commission's report that there was anything underhanded going on here. Of course, if you make generalities to protect the public welfare, nobody can disagree with that. To protect the health and welfare of another fighter, of course nobody's going to disagree with that. The regulation says misshaping, padding, nobody's going to disagree with that. But please, and we're not making excuses here because all the operative facts have been put before you through the cooperation of the Mosqueras and the people who were there that night. We're talking about the tips of these gloves. As a matter of fact, in boxing, if you were to strike a boxer with the area that they are trying to lump in to this grand scheme of trying to protect boxers, that would be a foul. But the glove that is used for scoring purposes was always intact. It's impossible with the oversight by the Commission in the staging area to do anything nefarious. The report supplies us with the answers. If you choose to take the time to get into the details, you can track this from start to finish. Not statements that weren't changed, or statements that today appear different, or not statements from people who were there, like Mr. Chris Craig, who had a chance to appear. Or you might see a bundle in the middle of the glove. That's behind the hand. That's support. That has nothing to do with a legal strike during the match. So if you get into the real detailed facts, there's really, per se, if we were to evaluate this, there's nothing going on. But counsel has to use the word dishonesty, because otherwise this doesn't make sense. If we're going to use negligence, why are we limiting it to these people? It's there from start to finish. The Commission is in a secluded area. Nobody can leave, nobody can enter. All rules were followed that night for weigh-in procedures, pre-fight procedures. The report from the Commission says the gloves appeared in a new package. The report says the commissioners were present. The pictures are there. Nobody's trying to hide anything. They had to sign off. Who knows how many times those gloves were handled that evening? Actually handled. Not just by Mr. Mosquera, but handled by Commission representatives who had to tape it, take the time to notice the taping was somewhat improper, retape it, re-sign it, walk with the boxer. That kind of oversight, sure, we want to chalk it up to slip through the cracks. But how are you going to pin negligence on just one person. It's just not the facts. The facts are what appear in this report. Cleto Reyes gloves are famous for being a puncher's glove, famous for being the glove of choice for many boxers because they fit snugly, they're made differently, and boxers prefer them. They're known as a puncher's glove. Brand new Cleto Reyes? Is there anything in this report that you can point to that says this was the moment of opportunity or this was the moment of motive? And I'll conclude with just the pure, simple, commonsensical logic of this all. He's a 15-year tenured trainer with nothing on his record. Why spend the money that was in the report as having been purchased just before the fight? Buy new gloves and try somehow. First of all, I would submit to the commission that it is impossible. New gloves are stitched. It is impossible to manipulate them given the time constraints in the staging area and the oversight. Scientifically, I would submit that's entirely impossible. But logically, where is the sense in any of this? Where he would forego his career to try something like that? It just, nothing tracks. But what does track is in this report, and it is that all the Mascaras and all the people who were eyewitnesses were cooperative, gave statements, gave the authorizations, and gave the commission an A to Z timeline of what happened, when it happened, and who was there from the commission when it happened. And because of that, there's absolutely no need. We apologize that this had to arise. It's not good for boxing in general, but there's absolutely no reason to impose any kind of discipline here in this matter, given that Mr. Mascara had absolutely nothing to do with any intent to do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll begin with my left, and Commissioner Lehman, do you have any questions for any of the witnesses or the appellates?
Sir, you want to move the microphone, please?
Mr. Relea, how often do fighters insist on, or their corner insist on using different gloves than when the promoter, that the promoter provides?
It's frequent, particularly there's a lot of fighters that really prefer Cleto Reyes gloves. They are a puncher's glove. It's frequent. There's a process. It happens often. The process is they ask if they can use a glove. The opponent is told they want to use a Cleto Reyes glove. The promoter goes to the other fighter, finds out if he wants to bring them. They bring them both in, and they're inspected by an inspector. When they're suitable, they're given to the fighters. And it happens championship fights just about every time, and a lot of undercard fights very often.
Excuse me, so your answer was generally it's more an involved process than the day before the fight because it takes a while to go through this, or it can happen the day before the fight?
Oh, day before the fight is fine. A guy will say, I want to use these type of gloves. But it's really the promoter that brokers it, and it's the inspectors that inspect the gloves that are brought.
I had a question for Mr. Rodrigo Rodriguez. The Rodriguez. I'm sorry, the boxer. I would like to know if Mr. Rodriguez knew that the gloves had been altered before he put it on his hand.
No tenía conocimiento.
No, I had
No.
no,
No sabía.
I didn't know.
I just want to confirm that the one attorney representing Mr. Mosquero and Mr. Rodriguez, you represent them both?
Yes.
Is it permissible to ask, are you doing this pro bono or being paid?
I am doing both. One is pro bono and one was according to state bar guidelines.
Okay, so are you being paid by Mr. Mosquero and Mr. Rodriguez, or one?
No, I'm being paid by Mrs. Mosquera.
One final question for Mr. Rodriguez, the fighter. Did he request Cleto Reyes gloves for this fight?
No, yo no sabía nada de los guantes, nada.
No, I didn't know anything about the gloves. I didn't request them.
One final question for Mr. Mosquero. How often do you request different gloves for your fighters?
Well, I work with high prospects, as of Gary Russell Jr., Francisco Vargas. So what happens is we're sponsored by Everlast, and what happens is we go to the representative's location, and they ask us what outfit do we want to wear. So they match the gloves with the outfit. So it's often.
Why did you request Cleto Reyes gloves in this fight?
Ricardo's? Because the small guy wanted to surprise him, nice gloves, and that was it. He didn't even know he was getting them. My wife said, let's surprise him. It was his first fight in the States.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
As long as there's no objection from either counsel, and typically if a commissioner leaves during a hearing, they are not permitted to participate in the vote. But if there's no objection by either of you, is it okay if some of the commissioners take a potty break? Sure. And then we can just continue and allow them to vote? Of course. Thank you so much. Continue. Ms. Shannon, do you have a question?
Just a couple of questions for Ms. Mosquera. Gloria? Yes. You purchased the gloves?
Purchased them.
And between the time when you purchased them and when they were opened, who was in possession of them?
Myself, me.
And they were closed the whole time?
Absolutely.
Who opened the gloves? Did you see?
I handed them, when we got there, I handed them to my husband. Right away, I pulled out the camera, set my stuff down, pulled out the camera, so I wasn't 100% sure if it was my husband or the inspector, but I know the inspector was there when he said, hand me the gloves.
Okay. And then, Mark, do you remember which inspector was either there to witness the opening or opening the gloves?
Yeah, it was Chris. They need to take it. It was Chris Crowell that was handed the gloves, and it was his report that he was handed the gloves in plastic and didn't revisit them till the taping process. Now you have pictures of the lacing where he was there, but he actually taped them. He watched the lacing and the taping, but he admitted that he did not inspect them out of the package by putting his hand in them and rubbing his hand over the padding.
I didn't see in your report, though, indicating that Creel actually opened it. Did he?
Because he never told me that.
Okay. But also in your report it says that the seams were opened as if they had been cut.
I was looking at the packaging with the, that's my observation, and they're here. I didn't say as if well, maybe if it was cut, but what I was talking about is generally people tear gloves open.
Right.
This one sort of, the package is here, look at it. It's open by the seams, it looks to me. Looks to me like it's sort of torn by the seams. And why I was looking at it is obviously I wanted to know if it had been opened and resealed or whether it was fresh packaging. I couldn't determine.
Okay. And do you have the packaging here?
We presented it. It's here, and we can present it as exhibit.
Okay.
Commissioner, if you would, Mr. Mosquero would be available to expound on that.
Sure. Did you open it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you just rip it open?
We just opened them, and as we opened them, they were hurrying us up because we were late already. So we opened them, slid his hand in. That was it.
Okay. And are you able to feel the difference in the two types of gloves today between these new gloves and these gloves? Are you able to feel that difference today?
Yes, on the fingertips, it feels like if it needs more cushion. Like if that one needs more cushion, because if you check the other ones, they're a little bit more fluffy.
Yeah. But you didn't notice that on the day of the fight because you were rushed?
I was rushed, and then he had to get in the ring, and Dr. Lou Moret already had told me that I was going to be disqualified. I was already late. I had car problems.
Okay. All right. No other questions.
Okay, I don't know a question, but I want to say this first of all, while I wait for the other commissioner to come in. Lou Moret, who is Hall of Fame referee, I want to thank you very much for finding what you found. You know, we've gone through this about 2 to 3 years ago, and it was a real sore spot on this commission, really sore spot. We had somebody and did not find the problem at all. It was the fighter, the opposite fighter, trainer found it. And I was so disappointed. I wasn't a chair then, but I was on the commission. I was so disappointed that our inspectors didn't find it. And there's a little shaky on that one too. We understand that. But Lou, I really want to thank you for finding, because these are kind of the kind of things that come up. They don't come up often, but they do come up. And you know, and I'm always afraid somebody's going to try to beat the system. And in fact, the second time the person came before us after suspension, I was the only one. I voted to give him back his license, and I was overruled. With looking back at it now, I'm glad. So I'm going to give this to another commissioner.
Well, I don't think we can say enough. Thank you, Dr. Moret. You did exactly what you're supposed to do. And I think, Mr. Aurelia, you'd agree with me that there were errors made by our inspectors in this case?
Absolutely. We let the commission down back there.
I don't think that takes away from the issue that we have an improper pair of gloves, and I think that's indisputable. And we know exactly where the gloves came from. I think that's indisputable. And that's as far as I need to see this case.
Unless I missed your presentation, I don't think anyone offered an explanation. How did the magic gloves get into the ring? How did they get hardly any padding in the fingertips of this glove? Do you have an explanation? Does anyone have an explanation as to how that happened?
I'll be glad to. I'd like to have Mr. Mosquera, he'll also say it, but it's absolutely clear that the gloves came from the packaging to the fighter's hands in that condition. And as I stated, there's been absolutely no testimony, nor is it scientifically possible, that had the alleged manipulation occurred after the time they were removed from the new packaging, it would have been impossible to do so given the area and the oversight of the commissioners.
So, all right, so hang on. So your explanation is that they were purchased that way?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I'd like to have Mr. Mosquera speak. I haven't...
No, you've answered my question. Thank you. But I have some questions for Mrs. Mosquera. Ma'am, I think you said you purchased the gloves.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, and it was your idea to purchase the gloves?
Yes.
So you went to the store, purchased them, brought them to the fight that night, to the event? Yes. And then you handed them over to, or did you stay with your husband?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take those, did you know that you were buying gloves that were not safe?
No, absolutely not.
Did you take those gloves out of that packet at any point in time from when you purchased them and gave them to your husband?
I swear to an oath, no.
Has this ever happened to you before?
Never.
How long have you known Mr. Rodriguez?
Rodriguez, I've known him in the amateurs back in, I believe, I'm not sure the dates, but I believe in 2007 as an amateur. I met my husband through boxing. I know he was, he was his trainer. So I married my husband, and we got him back as a pro. Him coming from Mexico. He went to Mexico, lived there for a while, and he came back as a pro fighter already. And I've worked with him ever since.
Is this his first fight in the United States, Mr.
Yes,
Rodriguez?
and it's the first fight I've worked with him.
What is your record, Mr. Rodriguez? 8-1. Okay. You couldn't tell when you put those gloves on that the fingers felt thin to you. And you use those type of gloves in Mexico?
¿Has usado esos tipos de guantes en México?
Cleto Reyes.
glove.
Cleto Reyes.
Yes, Cleto
Right.
Reyes.
If Everlast is your sponsor, why didn't we use Everlast gloves, by the way? Mr.
I didn't use Everlast gloves because my other athletes, they're promoted by Golden Boy Promotions, and some other ones are with Top Rank. So what happens is they have the guys that supply them. They're sponsored by Everlast. And I manage him. So in East LA, the little store was there, Casa Prieto, so we passed by and we just bought them there.
So you opted to, you wouldn't have had to pay for them for Everlast, but you opted to pay for them for Cleto Reyes?
Yes, and they sponsored us with the Everlast. We bought him. She bought him.
Mr. Rodriguez, have you ever used Everlast gloves?
Everlast? No. Pues este era un regalo que ellos me querían dar, por eso fue que...
He says the reason the gloves were purchased because it was many times when it's your first 10-rounder or your first fight somewhere in the United States out of Mexico, it's a custom to give the fighter the gloves that he fought with and hopefully he won with. So that's why they bought the gloves they were going to give them to him because had they used this other gentleman's gloves, they couldn't take them from him and they probably were going to be used.
Did he just say all that?
Well, he was telling me that earlier.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking of...
It is a common practice to give the gloves to the fighter and
Okay,
autograph
all right.
them and all that.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. How old are you, sir? Mr. Rodriguez, how old are you?
24.
24 years old.
Okay, thank you. Do you like the Jets? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much.
Deliberation, or are you ready to move for a vote? Go ahead.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you right-handed or left-handed?
¿Eres derecho o izquierdo? Zurdo.
Soy zurdo, pero tengo guardia derecha.
He's a southpaw, but he fights as a right-hander.
What's your strongest punch?
¿Cuál es tu golpe más difícil, más duro?
Más duro.
¿Con cuál pegas más fuerte? En tu opinión.
Gancho. Gancho izquierdo.
The left hook.
The left hook. Thank you. Did you hear that?
Okay. Are the commissioners ready to call for a motion, or do you need further deliberations?
I have a question. Is what's at issue? The letters say the temporary suspension. So what's the motion? Suspension, fine? How long suspension? How long is the fine? I don't quite know what the what's on the table.
I suppose you're asking for my recommendation. Is that what it is?
I want to know what's on the table. Is there a suspension or a fine, or what's the parameters? Can we only suspend for a year? What's the maximum fine? You know, who? And I understand just Mr. Mascara and Mr. Rodriguez are up for this hearing. The others
Certainly.
are not licensed.
Certainly, they're suspended right now, and the commission can lift the suspension. Okay, you can suspend them the maximum time allowed, which will be to the end of their licensure period, and you can fine them if you so choose to do so. I put them on temporary suspension until they appeared here. Okay, after reading the report, after getting the gloves as a precaution. Now, I believe they were on the last agenda, if we remember, but we did get moved back to this agenda out of their request. Okay, so your options are you can continue the suspension the maximum amount of time, you can fine them, you can remove the suspension and reinstate their license. Andy?
So can I formally ask you for your recommendation, please?
Okay, well,
Let's do Mascara first.
okay. I've given this a lot of thought, and I want to thank Mark for writing the report. This was very well done. Okay.
Excuse me. Can I say something before you? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I say something before you?
No, you can't. This is a hearing, sir, and the public doesn't have a right to speak. Thank you.
I'm not super, I've put on these gloves. Obviously, we should have had some new gloves, and I mean, Lou caught it. Okay, you guys put these gloves on your hands. Okay, now Commissioner Lehman's boxed just like I have. I'm not certain where the advantage comes from this. Okay, and so I went home and I got my gloves out, which are Cleto Reyes, and I hit with them. Now, obviously, I didn't hit with these. I left them locked up in my office. But I'm just not certainly there was negligence. Certainly. Both on our inspector's part that missed it, but more paramountly on Mr. Mosquera for putting these things on him. Okay? Certainly, I think that is certainly, I mean, if we've not made that case, certainly that's happened. But the question becomes intent. And does Andy Foster think these guys set out to cheat to gain an advantage? And I do not. Okay? I think that they should have known that these gloves, and anybody that picks them up for 5 seconds knows that they're not correct. But I put them on as soon as I got them. And the question is, would that gain me a whole lot of an advantage? Well, they're 8-ounce gloves, so that's not a lot of padding anyway. I mean, I've broke my hand a couple of times with bad gloves, so I know what the padding's there to protect your hand as much as anything else. So I think you should have caught it. I think the manager was negligent in not catching it. I think our inspector, Chris Krell, was negligent in not catching it. But luckily, our last line of defense, Dr. Moret, did catch it. And my recommendation to this commission, certainly for the boxer, he set out since September, would be time served with a reinstatement of the license, and with Mr. Mosquera, time served with the reinstatement of the license.
We'll stop there. Does anyone want to adopt that as the motion?
I have a motion.
Okay. Now this is with respect to Mr. Mosquera.
So, with respect to Mosquera, my motion is that time served on the suspension, but pay maximum fine.
Is that in a $2,500 fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of negligence.
These are improper gloves. Well, we don't know their motivation, but we don't know these are improper gloves.
Is there a second on that motion before we begin discussions? And the motion is for Mr. Mosquera, time served and $2,500 fine. Okay, so there's no second. Okay, so go ahead.
I think this is a very serious issue, And it has happened a few times in the history of boxing. People can be seriously, permanently hurt or killed. I don't think we have to find intent as preponderance of the evidence. And I'm uncomfortable with time served for something this serious. And I would propose, I guess it's been since September, which is, was it 3 months? I would impose at least an additional 3-month suspension and the maximum fine. That would be my recommendation for Mr. Mosquera. My motion.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Is that full suspension and maximum fine? Is that what you said?
No, just an additional 3-month suspension from this date forward. So probably a total of 9 months, plus maximum fine.
9 months suspension and $2,500 fine.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion before a vote?
I'm just going to ask a couple more questions. Lou, you've felt hundreds, maybe thousands of gloves, right? Have you ever felt gloves like this?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Mosquera, you've felt hundreds, if not thousands, of gloves. Have you ever felt gloves like this?
That was the first time.
I mean, I don't know about the intent, but again, I'm thinking in the preponderance of the evidence, and I guess the argument you're making is that these were a factory defect that everybody missed until Dr. Moret found it. And that seems like a very low probability event from my perspective.
May I respond? Just on a technical issue.
Commissioners willing to allow me to respond?
As to the point on the burden, it is preponderance. It is preponderance, but it is preponderance on an issue. And the state has the burden to prove that there was some sort of intervening, supervening event in this timeline. And there has been absolutely no evidence. What we have is, we have the gloves as they appeared out of the package. The investigator testified that it was new packaging, and in his opinion, it was not tampered with. We have the owner of the store who sold the gloves. We have the gloves arriving at... Okay, that's fine. But the burden is on the issue.
Okay. So let's call for a vote. Are you ready?
I would like to propose a competing motion and make a comment.
Okay.
I would like to propose maximum penalty, maximum fine for all fines available, both the unbecoming boxer and violation of glove rules. I don't know the numbers of these rules. And I would like to remind everybody that ultimately the boxer is responsible for what's in his body, like drugs, and on his body. And the manager is responsible. These are our licensees. That's all I have.
I'll second the motion.
Wait, hold. Commissioner Lehman, are you willing to accept the substitute motion? Yes. And the second accepts that as well? Okay, so we'll take a vote on, it would be a suspension through the expiration of the license, Mr. Mosquera's license, and the fine of $2,500. All those in favor? Who's? Roll call, let's do that. Okay, Lehman, Commissioner Lehman. Commissioner Kiedis has recused herself. And Commissioner Giza?
Aye.
And
we don't understand. We're a little confused.
Whose motion is this?
This is your motion.
I actually had 2 fines, not just one. Yes.
The maximum penalty and the maximum fine.
Right. But these people can be fined both for violation of the equipment, which is number, do you have the sheet in front of you? Number 318. Hold on. Can I have the... Okay, so I would like penalty under Rule 318, $2,500. Penalty under Rule 390, an additional $2,500, plus maximum suspension.
Go ahead and withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my previous motion and substitute what I just said.
So you're talking about
There-
$5,000 fine.
Correct. There's two rules that have been violated. The gloves were improper. That's Rule 318. The penalty for that is $2,500. The other rule is behavior unbecoming of boxing. The fine there is $2,500. That's a total fine of $5,000. The suspension should be for the extent of the licensure. That's my motion.
I have never seen it done. I do not believe that it is appropriate, in my opinion, because Mr. Mascara was not suspended for conduct unbecoming of a boxer. It was violating 318. Okay, what we do, what the section uses is conduct that reflects discredit to boxing. So it's not unbecoming of boxing, so I assume you just want to accept that minor change. You accept that minor change. So what we've made is the maximum fine for violation?
I don't believe so, because 390, anytime you violated a rule, arguably would also violate Rule 390. So you could always double the fine. That doesn't seem to be. Well, maybe the reason it's not done is because it's improper. It's like you would supersede the statutory limitation of 2,500, because you could always tack on a violation of 390 for a discredit to boxing anytime you violated a rule. So.
Council want to weigh in on that?
Yes, I would like to. Typically, it's the penalty is determined on the incident. If it's the similar incident, you can be found in violation of many rules, but the punishment can only be a single one, and that's codified in many administrative codes and actually our penal code. It's the single incident rule. And as to 318, even if you assume a negligence argument, there's no conduct that's been presented here that falls under 318. 318 is pretty specific about no breaking, skidding, roughing, or twisting of gloves. We didn't have any of that.
Okay,
Thank you.
I tend to be in agreement.
Commissioners, Giza, Chairman Ferguson, we've done this multiple times. This is nothing new. What's that? Mr. Foster, can you?
I've never seen a double either. I've never seen it. Go back 7 years. Never.
Absolutely.
Well, let's go ahead and take a vote on that motion, unless you're willing to withdraw your motion again. We'll take a call for a vote on that.
Can I make a competing motion? Or?
Let's just go ahead
Okay.
and take the vote, so if it fails, it fails. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye. Just one motion fails. Another motion, please.
I make a motion for $2,500 fine and full-year suspension.
Okay, we'll call for a vote on that. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Passes. Thank you. Now, Mr. Rodriguez. Any discussion or motion with respect to him, his punishment, if any? Yes.
I move for time served for Mr. Rodriguez and no fine.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You opposed also? Okay. Call the motions in Rodriguez.
Just if you could, for the record, restate.
Yes, with respect to Ms. Mosqueda,
The microphone is off.
$2,500 fine and suspended through the expiration of his license. And Mr. Rodriguez, time served and no fine.
Will there be an official ruling issued?
Yes, I'll issue that within 45 days. I'll write it and send it to the chairman for his signature, and then it'll be sent out. Thank you, gentlemen.
We certainly can put 13 off because I made up a number on that.
That's what I told you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back in session. Back in session. We're going to go to item number, we're going to do this a little bit out of order. We're going to go to item number 12, then we'll do 10 and 11.
Mr. Chairman, this is the proposed language to amend and the lost beneficiary clause in the pension regulations. We were assisted by the Center for Public Interest Law, which they're represented here, in drafting the regulation. And Mr. Harris, could you come forward, please? Mr. Harris is here from CPIL, who assisted the commission in drafting this regulatory language. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, he's prepared to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Mr. Harris. Chairman, I have a couple of questions real quick. Mr. Harris, I want to, on behalf of me and the subcommittee, and hopefully the commission, thank you, and Dr. Felmuth and your associates for putting this effort in. We conducted a few phone calls, with including Beth Harrington from Benefit Resources, I think is the name of their company, yes. And had some really good discussions about not doing anything punitive, and finding a way to basically create a reserve. Maybe you could just describe what we've done here, because I think it's great.
Yeah, sure. So the idea, part of the statute requires that after the age of 53, boxers who have a vested interest in the pension forfeit their pension, with the idea that that forfeiture then gets pumped back into the general pension to provide for fighters who have been found and who are making claims. But the fighters who forfeited their pensions can then, after the age of 53, make a claim for that amount that they forfeited. So is that, we all on board with that? And so the idea of this pension fund, so the concern was, now that a lot of fighters are starting to forfeit their pensions, come of age at that time, the fear was that at some point, 40 years, whatever fighters could come forward, say, we want our pensions, and deplete the sum, and then that year's people who are supposed to be receiving contributions don't get anything. So what we wanted to do was set aside a reserve that is designated to pay out these late claims. So 20% of the forfeited amount is going to get set into a pot each year that the fighters who then make a claim after they're 53 can pull from that. And then the rest, the 80% that was forfeited, gets pumped back into the system. And so we, just amended, added some language in there to clarify into the statute to clarify that. And does that make sense? Any questions regarding that?
All of the underlined language are the proposed changes.
On the regulation 404, it looks like subsection B, a new subsection, audit of the pension fund. Pension fund amounts should be subject at least once every 2 calendar years. What was it previously? Do you know?
So I was just speaking actually to Beth about this, and there isn't, so there's several different types, and I'm not exactly familiar with the audit portion of it, unfortunately, but I know that there was a review that's conducted, but nothing quite as formal as the audit that's in here. So I think this is a completely new provision to check in on the health. Okay.
Another comment is the lost beneficiary provision, which is under 405. It's on the last page, 405, section 405, subsection D, and we've changed it to reflect that it's going into the forfeiture reserve account, as you just explained. The title of that section is lost beneficiary. And we got in this position because someone interpreted what lost beneficiary was, and it wasn't really a lost beneficiary. And so we got in this position because of that. So I was just wondering, do you perhaps have a suggestion as to maybe we should revise the title of that section? So I know 10 years from now we don't get into the same problem?
Yeah, just as far as clarifying language, defining it maybe in the beginning.
Non-claimant beneficiaries or something? Or?
Yeah, so Dr. Felmuth, myself, and Beth have worked a little further. Actually, I think we have a latest edition that's bounced around that I can send for later consideration, where we've defined a few new terms and added a timely claimant, a late claimant, and a potential claimant, just to, as a presumption that when OAL sees this, they're going to say exactly that we need that. Yeah, and I think that hasn't, I think that's just been between Felmuth, myself, and Beth, so we'll make sure. Okay.
Actually talked about that in the past, but you know, we haven't seen it.
Okay, yeah.
So if you guys were, you know, amongst the subcommittee, we've talked about it, but you guys have sort of been working on this secretly.
I apologize.
Not told us about it. It
Well,
would have
so
been nice to.
Yeah. Well, then as far as with the rest of the language, so definitely, I guess we'll have to table. But the rest of the language, as far as defining
Well,
what
no,
is.
because if we have definition, we have to include this in here.
Okay.
You can't just have that. Oh. No, it's so. Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, that makes sense.
You're killing us.
So the only thing that's really outstanding now is Beth was a little concerned about the audit and making sure that that's clarified. So a week, 2 weeks?
Andy?
A week to 2 weeks?
A week to 2 weeks. Again, thank you for all your work you're doing, by the way. Don't misunderstand my frustration.
Yes, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I apologize.
So just bear with the frustration. Andy, were you aware that Beth and these folks are still going back and forth on this? No. Okay, yeah, we need to be aware of that so we can help you. Okay. And we don't end up here at these meetings, and then it's 2 months. Every time we do this, it's 2 months.
Yeah.
We really like your initiative. Really, really appreciate your initiative.
Okay.
We do have scanners and faxes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll get that to you guys as soon as
or
possible.
Emails, or phones, smoke signals. It all works.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, as you directed, we're moving now to number 10, review and possible action of therapeutic use exemption proposed regulation language. Since this is Dr. Lemons' subcommittee, I'll turn this over to him. Oh, Martha? Dr. Lemons doesn't have anything to add.
Okay, well, this language really hasn't changed any since the last meeting in December. We tabled this in order to be able to give everyone an opportunity to review it again and make sure that DCA and others and other folks, because it was then posted on our web and everywhere else, didn't have anything to say about the language. It actually has been pretty much the same for a while. So barring any changes or revisions that anyone wants made.
I have a question and a concern. I understand the TUE is controversial, and there's some people and organizations have come out saying there should be no therapeutic use exemption. But I do understand that there needs to be an end. I thought Dr. Lemon's presentation earlier was persuasive. The thing that bothers me is the retroactive application in here. I have a hard time envisioning that would help us get on track and assure legitimate use. And it isn't perhaps inviting retroactive application, which I understand tends to be the problem. Okay, I was caught, now let me retroactively show that it was necessary. So I guess I'd like input from the subcommittee about that.
I mean, does there have to be retroactive? I mean, it seems to me that, you know, we inquire of the fighters in their questionnaire when they apply for licensure what medications and drugs they're taking. If they're being forthright with us, then they need to disclose it at that time. So there technically shouldn't be any need for retroactive TUE unless somebody wasn't honest with us at the time of licensure.
I have no problem taking that out. This was borrowed, as I recall, from the World Anti-Doping Agency, wasn't it, Martha? This language here.
Can the your executive officer is going to need clarification on exactly what to strike.
So, yep.
Yes, it would be the last sentence in E, subdivision F, including paragraph 1 and 2, with all the stricken.
You don't have a problem with that, Dr. Lemon?
I'm fine.
I have a question that I would like to ask just to Martha. So it's my understanding that that therapeutic use exemption often is associated with testosterone replacement therapy, but that's not the case here. This is for any therapeutic use exemption, and without this regulation package, our transgender regulation package would not be able to move forward. Is that correct?
That is not correct. We drafted transgender specifically to be standalone, and we have in there the testing requirements and the lab results, and so it is standalone, as it should be.
But for the retroactive for hormonal therapy, we could strike out. But if somebody needed, say, asthma treatment emergently, right? They might take an asthma medication because of an emergency and then need a retroactive TUE if that's in there, if it happened within 21 days of a fight, right? Not related to the transgender thing, but just going back to the thing that we were just striking out this emergency treatment. But I'm thinking that I can't think of the emergency treatment where you'd need testosterone supplementation. But Andy pointed out that this TUE is for all medications that are banned, and some of those medications, like blood pressure medicines and asthma medications, might need to be administered at an emergent basis. And if that happened within 21 days before a fight, if we strike that line, then we won't be able to permit that person to make that fight.
Well, I mean,
does that change your opinion, Dr. Lemons?
This document is better the way it is written. It should be left alone. But to get this document passed, I would be willing to strike that and deal with that as it came up.
The way that it's written is the way that it is written it's the standard of practice for the other sports. It's the standard of practice for the IOC, for the U.S. Olympic team, because it's inclusive of not just the things that occur mostly in the combative sports, which is testosterone use, but it's inclusive of other things that could possibly occur. So it's the way that WADA and the IOC and the other sports like the NFL and the MLB.
Perhaps maybe everybody would be satisfied if we just added one sentence on to E and said retroactive applications will not be accepted for testosterone.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Applications will not be accepted.
Would it be more correct to say testosterone or its equivalent and sex hormone binding globulin? Isn't that the broad? I'm using the language from G F. So to be inclusive as testosterone or its equivalent and sex and the SHBG. Or its equivalent, okay.
Okay, so the proposal includes leaving the last sentence alone, including everything regarding a retroactive approval, but add a sentence indicating retroactive applications will not be approved for testosterone in E as the last sentence. Well, first there needs to be a motion, second and then comment.
Question, procedural question, Mr. Chairman. What step are we taking in the process?
If you approve this language, then there will be a follow-up motion directing staff to commence the rulemaking process and delegate to the executive officer the authority to make all non-substantive changes. And then staff will prepare the notice and initial statement of reasons, file that with the Office of Administrative Law, and then there will be a 45-day comment period.
So I make a motion to do that.
This will come back to the commission at some point?
Only after, once the 45-day comment period ends, commission staff will review the comments, and all negative comments, they have to prepare a response, and those responses will come before the commission. And you can either adopt the recommended response or make your own, and then it will be filed with OL. And this process, depending on how it goes, can take up to a year.
So then I'll make a motion that we approve this language
As amended.
And give
And directing staff to commence the rulemaking process.
Do that.
And directing the executive officer, or authorizing the executive officer to make all non-substantive changes. You can stop that.
That sounds good.
I second.
Any public comment on this?
Well, I think it's very clear, sir, and this is important. I think Dr. Lemons, who authored most of this or whatever, this commission needs to inform the public one more time because the webcast wasn't working all the way this morning, that this is not being done for cheaters. I mean,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Foster asked me just to recap my earlier comments. And I think I can speak for the entire commission. We are dedicated to limit testosterone cheating to the best of our ability. And this therapeutic use exemption is an important weapon in that struggle. Testosterone cheating is a significant problem in our sports, and it's not something that is easy to completely eliminate. But the steps we've taken is it's a banned substance in the state, will remain a banned substance, and that ban assists us in limiting athletes from cheating. The TUE, the therapeutic use exemption, assists us in limiting doctors' ability to facilitate athletes cheating. If a doctor wants to come before this commission, we now have guidelines that that doctor has to fulfill to justify a therapeutic use exemption, and these guidelines are the best they can be. These are Olympic standards. This therapeutic use exemption will be designed to limit severely anybody trying to use testosterone in this state. And I'll say this again, we will be the first state to have done this right, and I'm proud of that.
Anybody else before I call for the vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Amanda, here's what we're gonna do. Forgot which one I was gonna go to. Okay, we're gonna go to 11, but we're gonna do, I want you, 9, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay? For the March meeting. 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Is that right? Okay.
This dehydration study, that can also be tabled because no action has to be taken.
Oh, we didn't do 8, huh?
You can move that to March as well.
Okay.
No action has to be taken.
No action on that. And 8. Okay, we're gonna go to 11, but before we do that, we're gonna have a March meeting. Get your little phones out and see if you can make the March meeting. I suggest March the 10th. Okay, anybody? How's the 10th look? March the 10th? That good? How about March the 3rd?
No, not the third.
How about St. Patrick's Day?
That's the seventh.
All right.
When is St. Patrick's Day?
John? Yes, sir, good.
we didn't have any wordage to change except it looks like section. Is it F or H? Maybe I'm looking at an older version. Okay, 833F, where it says all applicable local, state, and federal privacy laws, and just strike the word privacy. It would be all applicable state, local, and federal laws. We were not able to get a quorum of the Medical Advisory Committee. We were able to, however, to get at least an email indicating approval from the chairman of the committee, Dr. Wallace, and Dr. Gluckman I've talked to, and he also sent a letter essentially without any major changes. I think there was one element of it that he didn't understand exactly, and I can explain that to him separately, but he didn't bring up any issues that weren't already addressed by this. So I don't know if I should make a motion or somebody else should, but to move this forward. I just want to make a motion to move this forward, the same thing I said for the therapeutic use exemption.
Motion to approve the language and directing commission staff to commence the rulemaking process and delegate to the executive officer the authority to make all non-standard changes.
There you go. So moved.
A question, Mr. Walker. Is my understanding that we were going to put this forward as an emergency reg? Mm-hmm.
No problem, yes. I want to remind you that public comment on items not on the agenda, the commissioners cannot respond.
Absolutely. I just want to bring some things to address to the commission. Would you like them to be standing or sitting? A couple things I wanted to talk about, just real quickly, if I could, just to bring to the attention. Yes, my name is Brett Roberts. I'm a licensed professional promoter here in the state of California and matchmaker. And again, thank you for having the hearing today. I apologize for my dress attire. Normally, if I was planning to be here, I'd been dressed more appropriate, so I apologize for that. And this is my first time actually speaking to you folks, too, so forgive me if I'm a little bit jittery or nervous. As a promoter in mixed martial arts and only in mixed martial arts, there's a lot of things that I want to, not a lot of things, a few things I want to address that are making it a very big challenge for me to continue to do business in California. This is a very expensive sport. It's a very time-consuming sport, and it's not financially rewarding in California right now for me. We've been in business for over 5 years, and I think I would like to, I think I know what I'm doing here because we put on some pretty good shows. Andy's been to a few of our shows, and it is difficult. So a couple things I want to address. From a business perspective, this is not a guy coming off the mat who became a promoter. I've been in business my entire life. Marketing. When I'm marketing a professional fight, it's a whole nother world out there. When a camel fight is marketed, it's another financial world out there, much cheaper than what I'm dealing with. I believe that I would like to ask the commission to consider having the two separately distinguished upon marketing. If I go to a show as a fan, and I walk into a show that I believe is just a fight, and I find out it's an amateur fight, I feel like I was oversold if I didn't know that going into it. For the cost differences of professional versus amateur, it's night and day. I'm in the 60,000 plus range. I can do amateur events all day long for 10 grand. It's a completely different world. And when I see marketing materials with professional fighters on them, not instigating that it's or separating that it's an amateur fight, as a businessman, it makes a big difference. I'm selling a higher dollar product than what they are. My costs are substantial. When you have a professional fighter being marketed on a flyer,
I look at that as, hey, this guy's fighting that night, and I want to go pay to see this guy fight. If I show up and that person's not fighting, I just got lied to. And I don't believe that in marketing. I don't think that should be right. I don't think it should be done. So I'll leave that one there and let you guys discuss that further. One thing I want to bring to the attention is MMA in a cage versus MMA in a ring. You can do both in the state of California, but what high-level MMA organization is doing fights in a ring? No one. I can't go to a boxing and say, hey, I want you boxers to now fight in my cage, because the boxing pay structure is much different than mixed martial arts. I pay every single fighter. To my knowledge, some of the, and I'm not a boxing guy, so forgive me if my information is correct or incorrect. I'm aware that some managers will pay a promoter like me to put their boxers in the ring. I can't do that in MMA. So my purses are much more expensive and all around, again, a lot more costly in California to do this. That's it on that. Andy and I talked a little bit about insurance. Insurance is going up. Andy gave me a new number, or was going to provide me with a new number to hopefully bring my insurance costs down. One of the things that we've been dealing with a lot is broken hands. For the last 2.5 years, I have hired professional cutmen through Juanito Ibarra. He doesn't usually always there, but his guys are Patrick and John, his brother, and they're very good. We have tracked every single hands that we've wrapped. Not one time have we sustained a broken hand from our professional guys wrapping hands. But yet, I'm responsible for a fighter who has his hands wrapped by somebody else, who's not licensed, who's not regulated, who doesn't go through what Juanito has to go through to be, or his team and Juanito go through to be a regulated cutman. And when those hands are broken, it comes out of my bottom dollar. I got to pay the deductible, and I got to pay for these guys for their broken hand. I would like to find a way, if there is, to, one, say, if my guys aren't wrapping your hands, you're responsible for your own hands. Because ultimately, if I'm paying for cutmen, I'm adding expenses to my bottom dollar, but to me, it's preventative business, because we don't have any broken hands with my guys that are wrapping hands. But the other guys that aren't, they're breaking their hands, and it's $500 out of my bottom dollar every fighter for a broken hand. So another thing I'd like you guys to consider, or at least maybe start looking into, maybe making whoever's wrapping hands have some sort of licensing or regulations to be able to wrap those hands professionally, because anybody back there can wrap hands. I can wrap hands, and I don't know how to wrap hands properly. I'll admit that firsthand. But someone else who doesn't know how to wrap hands can wrap hands, and commission may be looking over their back, but there's a lot of things going on in the back room. So things can be missed. So I think that having some sort of licensed hand wrappers back there should be something that should be either addressed or added into our requirements for the safety of the fighters in the long run, and for the financial side of the promoter. Another thing I want to address that I think you guys are going to... Two. I know, two more things, and I'm not even looking for responses. I just want to get, I'm just looking for you guys to... one of my biggest hurdles is Indian casinos. We have to come up with a way to stop this. Indian casinos are killing fighters. What I mean by that is I have fighters that go out there and fight because they get paid better, it's a different situation, but there's no insurance. I got 3 fighters that I know that were top prospects going somewhere with their career, and now are sitting on the fence because they are paying for their own injuries. Yes, they took the risk by fighting on an Indian casino land fight, but there's no insurance, there's no protection for these fighters. If I'm required to protect these fighters, I'm required to protect them both in my facility and outside of my facility, the way I look at it. I'm a state licensed matchmaker and promoter. I take that very seriously. I have other state licenses that I have in the past for other businesses that I took very serious also. So there's something that's got to be addressed, because these casinos are killing our fighters' careers. Okay. Last but not least, managers and contracts. I have no way of telling if a manager is a true manager for a fighter. I get calls daily, and I have proof in the pudding on this one. Managers saying, I manage the XYZ fighter, and I'll get 3 phone calls from 3 different people talking about the same fighter. I ask them if their contracts are registered with the state. 9 times out of 10, it's a no. This is becoming a problem with me, because now I'm negotiating multiple times for the same fighter, and it's always a different conversation. And quite frankly, some of these managers should not be managers. They have no financial backings, they have no regulations, they have no law, they have nothing. They're just guys that are saying, I'm the manager. And these guys, obviously for the fighter's protection, down the road could be taken advantage of, but more importantly, we just need one representative. We need to have some sort of statute where I can go in and say, okay, XYZ, you are the manager for this XYZ fighter, and I don't have to deal with 3 people because on a 10-fight card, that's 40 people. You multiply that 3 times, do the math. That's 120 conversations that I have to have. Time is money in my world. So I would like to hopefully see some sort of formality for the managers of the fighters to be going to if they're going to be considered actual managers for professional MMA fighters. Thank you for your time. Was that your comment?
If they can get it. Yeah, that's what I said, if they can get it. It might, yeah.
Thank you all.